Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am your host, the one and only, No Lux Given, back at it again, here to do some draft gameplay. Don't have any quests because I've been playing a little bit off stream, but I got 7 packs to open up, so I think I'm going to go ahead and start by opening up those packs. I will save all the other ones to open up at the end of the stream, but this seems like a good way to start us off here. Direwood Beastcaller. Infernus. That might be... I don't think I've opened too many Infernus, or at least if I've opened them in drafts, I haven't taken them. Enlightened Stranger, I know I've got a playset of those bad boys already. Cabal Countess. I think I'm short on those things, too. I don't know. I don't have all the Argenport instigators that I'd need to play Felm, so haven't really looked at too many aggressive black decks. Oh, and we got a legendary. Alright. That's a reasonable way to start off the stream. Pretty sure I already have enough Rollants. No, I guess I don't. So I guess that's my 4th Rollant. So that's not too shabby. Let us... Cool, I was curious if Flimsy let me add him. He was playing some sweet stuff last night and in the ranked thing. But you know what? Let's jump into a draft. Alright. Yeah, got about 17,000 gold here, so see if we can draft it up. What's good in this pack? Well, Champion of Glory is a pretty solid card. After that, we're not looking at anything too crazy. Deathstrike is pretty good, but it's a little expensive. Bright Mace Paladin is reasonable, but I think Champion of Glory is better in the decks that Champion of Glory is good in. I think Deathstrike would be a reasonable pick here too, but I'm going to go for the Champion, and let's try to start the morning off by doing some Rakano stuff. Enemies can't play spells. Well, I don't think this is any good in draft, but I have come around. I think I am going to just start taking legendaries more in draft to try to fill out the collection, because that is kind of the goal. And, I mean, you miss out on some stuff here, but I'm not going to beat myself up over it too much. Now, if we look, what's the best cards in the pack at this point? Probably the 1-drops, Blood Beetle, District Infantry, followed by Initiate and Tower Top Patrol. Scavenging Vulture is pretty solid as well, and Stone Scar Banner is cool, but I think I'm going to try to make the aggressive Rakano deck work, and District Infantry is a decent card in that deck. In this pack we see we're probably going to have to pivot a little bit. I am just going to take Scavenging Vulture here, as I think it's the best card. Jotun Hurler's also reasonable, but yeah, I'm going to grab a Scavenging Vulture. Here I can take Assembly Line, or Temper, or Inspire. Also Zen Destroyer, I guess. Assembly Line's the best card, so we'll just take that. Strangers have Warcry, Safe Return, Centaur Outrider. So we've got a 3-mana 2/2 Warcry. It's really not that powerful. It's actually really underpowered. I guess I'd like Centaur Outrider instead. It's cool that you can use it with the Strangers, but I just don't see that coming to fruition. Let's just take Centaur Outrider. Rakano Stranger, obviously reasonable, but or would have been reasonable with the last pick. District Infantry, I think, is a better card, though, and it is something that you actually want access to in an aggressive Rakano deck. Scavenging Vulture, also good in aggressive Rakano, but so is Rally. And if we can make some sweet Rally strategy work, that could be fun. I'll take Pyre Adept over Stone Scar Stranger. I think we're just going all in on the Rally plan. I think there's a chance we might play black instead of red, though, and move into Stone Scar instead of Rakano. Alright, well, Auric Warhammer is a solid one here. You're invulnerable to damage, so you get in 1 free attack with it. I think it's probably better than the nerfed Crown Watch Paladin, so I'll take that. Execute is really strong, and Amethyst Acolyte is solid as well, but Runehammer is one of the better weapons that you can get, just in general. It's good enough to see constructed play, so it's certainly good enough for us here. Hero of the People, a little slow potentially, but super strong and super sweet. Super sweet. Super sweet. Finest Hour, though, also just really powerful, and I think I'm going to take that here. Gilded Glaive seems solid. You play it on turn 4, then you play your land, and it's a +4/+4 enchantment for most of its life. It does wind up essentially costing you 4 mana instead of 3. And look at Auric Warhammer compared to Magma Javelin. Magma Javelin is already reasonably playable, but Auric Warhammer just puts an insane ability over the top of it. So we're definitely going to try to play Rakano here. Question is another District Infantry where we want to be, or a 3-drop? To be honest, I mean, Crownwatch Deserter is a decent card, but I feel like we might just want to play District Infantry. The reason for this is just 1-drops, just like being able to guarantee that we always play a 1-drop is going to be really good, and it's going to mean that we can just take up as many Finest Hours as we have access to. Definitely going to want Torch. Beast Color's Amulet is a sweet one, but Torch is a super powerful guard. Happy to take that here. Inspire's sweet. Pyre Adept is fine, but we're going to take Burnout for late game reach. I'm also going to take Huru Fledgling for late game reach. Recalculator's cool, but Huru is just a better reacher. This is a really tricky pick between Finest Hour and District Infantry. I think I'm going to go for Finest Hour at this point. Just because there are diminishing returns on having too many District Infantries. At some point, they stop doing what you need them to do. Taking Grenadin is reasonable damage push, but I think I'm going to go Rebel Sharpshooter. Rebel Sharpshooter also really good with Finest Hour and Rampage and some of the other weapons that we'll pick up. Pick up another Burnout. At this point, we can probably cut Centaur Outrider. A Rakano Banner, last pick, is pretty sweet. So Grasping at Shadows is like the one way that we could have made Scourge of Frostholm work. Because Scourge of Frostholm is one of the better cards to grasp out. Of the remaining cards in the pack, I'm not entirely sure which is better, if Gilded Glaive or Renegade Valkyrie or just another District Infantry is the best. My heart says that I'm going to be the most rewarded for taking a Gilded Glaive, and that does let us to play a reasonable amount of lands in our aggro deck. It's also just a rare card, so getting to play with that while we have the chance seems fine. Don't love any of these cards. Don't really even love the Battle Blur Centaur. I'd almost rather play Rebuke. I think I'm just going to take Pyre Adept here, actually. It's fine to put a Gilded Glaive onto to give it some toughness, make it a 5/3, make it essentially a Centaur Outrider of sorts. A little bit smaller, but with another land, it gets bigger. Suffocate's definitely the most powerful card in the pack, but yeah, I think I'm just going to go for a cheap creature here, and we'll see what else we can find. Not much in this pack. Stonescar Maul is reasonable damage push. I don't think we're going to need it in this deck, but Stonescar Maul does come up from time to time. Crownwatch Cavalry is cool, especially if we can get some Warcry. We don't really have any Warcry right now. Do we have one Warcry card? No, not even. Alright, this card's a little lackluster, but I think it's still better enough than like Rakano Stranger and Heavy Axe. In the late game. Take another District Infantry. Gonna see how many of those we can play. Alright, this one's a little tricky. Do I want a 1-mana 2/1 or a 5-mana 3/3 flyer? I think we could go with another 5-mana 3/3 flyer, especially since I don't really want to play Stonescar Maul. I'll take Armorsmith. Don't think I'm gonna play him. It doesn't work with Auric Warhammer. So, yeah. Definitely not currently playing it, but we'll see what happens. I'll take Ruin. I don't have any intention of playing that, though, either. Then here I'll take a nerfed Rapid Shot. And a Recalculator isn't bad. Stonescar Magus is sweet. Alright, I think we're just going to pick up a Rakano Banner here. Cloud of Ash could be pretty sweet. Exhaust all enemy units. It might even just be the pick. It's pretty good damage push. Gotta compare to Burnout. Maybe I do actually just want something like Cloud of Ash. It seems like it could be a pretty fun one, eh? At the same time, I've got Auric Warhammer and 2 Gilded Glaives on double green. Champion of Glory, Rakano Banner also works with. I don't think we're going to be hurting for playables. The question is, how good is Cloud of Ash? Seems pretty reasonable. Alright, I'm going to go for Cloud of Ash here. Another assembly line which works great with our Singleton Rally, but I think I have to pick up a Vanquish here. Vanquish is just such a solid removal spell, so definitely want access to that. Here we can take a Hero of the People. Let's see, what do we have to work with Hero of the People? Maybe Quick Draw and Endurance. Flying. Alright, we're not going to take Hero of the People here. I'm going to take a Rakano Stranger. Don't think I want to play that either. But I'm not going to play Magma Javelin. I'm not going to play any of these other cards, so maybe I play that. Valkyrie Aspirant as a 1/1 flyer, or Crown Watch Cavalry as a reasonably solid 4-drop. I think I just want the 1/1 flyer, though. As weird as that sounds. Yeah, it's good damage push, like I said. Ooh, Assembly Line or District Infantry? I only have 1 rally, but I already have 4 District Infantries. At some point, Assembly Line's got to be better. Alright, I'll take Assembly Line. I will take Stalwart Shield, but my intention is currently not to play it. Alright, Granite Acolyte is solid. Oh, you know what? Argenport Soldier's also solid. I think we can get away with a Granite Acolyte, though. Another Assembly Line. That seems pretty good. Rebel Sharpshooter's pretty good as well, though. Jorthus, thank you for the auto-host. I really wish I had another rally with all these assembly lines, because with the Rebel Sharpshooter, I've got a Rampage and 2 Finest Hours, which work really well with it. I think I'm going to go for the Rebel Sharpshooter here. Don't need another Huru Fledgling. I don't really need any of these cards. I'll just take a Huru Fledgling, though. And I will potentially play... Alright, I don't know if I'm going to play all these Rampages, but let's take a look here. What do we have currently? We've got a 36-card deck. Cut Stalwart Shield. I'm going to cut Battle Blur. How many units do I have? 16? Alright, probably don't want to cut many units. I could cut Rakano Stranger, though. Probably don't even want to. I don't have that many... I mean, my plan here is to turn 1 play a District Infantry, turn 2 play 2 District Infantries, and then, you know, just keep going from there. I don't think I need Recogulator. Seems a little bit slow. So how many cards reasonably do I want to cut from this deck? I think 4. So if I need to cut 4 cards, let's cut 1 or 2 Rampages. The Rakano Stranger. I think I am going to have to cut the Cloud of Ash, which is pretty awkward. It means that I should have just... Like, if I cut Cloud of Ash, that means that I should have just taken Rakano Banner. And I was really strongly considering Rakano Banner, but... Oh well. I think I've got enough damage push, and I think my other, like, Burnout, Torch, and Huru Fledgling might just be more versatile. Maybe I don't need this much damage push, though, with Huru Fledgling. There's only 16 lands. I mean, I want to cut another card regardless here, too. And I also cut a bunch of units when I said I didn't want to. Alright, let's cut Cloud of Ash. We don't even have that many units to begin with. Assembly Line is a unit, though. Alright. And yeah, just split right down the middle. That seems reasonable. This looks split right down the middle, but we want our green turn 1, and we've got some double green in Gilded Glaive. Alright, here is our Rakano deck. 17 lands, a lot of Empower abilities, 4 District Infantry. Alright, what do we got here? We've got no green mana and 3 green cards. Let's just redraw. Do we get a District Infantry and a green mana? We did. So we'll have turn 1 District Infantry, turn 2 Champion of Glory, and turn 3 maybe Gilded Glaive. Maybe we'll play 2 1-drops on turn 2 even.
Stand aside.
Hopefully we can get in here for some cheap early damage. Any 2-drops from my opponent, Felon Stranger. Alright, that one's not a problem. Let's go Rakano Banner to start things off. And I think I'm just going to play another District Infantry and Valkyrie Aspirant, considering I don't have double red to really make Champion of Glory into a real threat. External play land. If my opponent is in a position where they're able to make a double block, say with 2 strangers, it's not really a huge deal, because that's just like trading District Infantry for 1 card. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to try to put the Glaive on the flyer here. Could also just go for Champion of Glory this turn, but I think I'd rather Glaive the flyer and see what happens. My opponent is representing Lightning Strike, but I guess we can just attack with this and play Champion of Glory. This will see if our opponent has a Lightning Strike or not. Alright, they did, so this wound up being a decent call. So we smack for 4, now we get to play Champion of Glory, and now next turn we get to go Gilded Glaive and Landfall before we enter combat, so we'll be attacking for 5 in the air, and my opponent will be unable to interact with a Lightning Strike. They'll need a double Lightning Strike or maybe a Wasp here. A Wasp could be reasonable. Nope, we're going to see a Death Strike on our 1-drop plus 3-drop weapon. A bounce block here, and then my opponent's going to take 3. I could have Finest Houred. Didn't seem totally worth it. Alright, our guy's going to get executed. Considering a red mana just lets us attack for free, we'll just pass turn here. Eventually my opponent will start having some bigger monsters here, though Vanquish is a pretty good draw to stop what they could have. I think we're going to see some double time cards. No. Alright. Maybe I cash in Rampage for an attack here. Alright, solid. We're still only getting in 1 more damage a turn now with this, and it's negligible, considering they have now played another Stranger. Let's just play a Huru Fledgling. I'll attack with both next turn to play around, like, Levitate or weird things like that, but I guess I'm not going to. Alright, we're knocking him down here. Next turn, we probably have lethal. 3 plus 3 plus 2. Not quite, not quite. Actually, yes, we do. If we use our Auric Warhammer to kill this, we can rally and bash for lethal. Now we don't have to. We can make him chump block first. If he doesn't block at all, we rally. And this rally's lethal, so now he's got to have a removal spell. And we've got Finest Hour to play around that, and my opponent goes to 0. Sweet. Solid 1-0 start here. Really just looking for District Infantries. See how much damage they can do early game. It's almost like a 3-3 unblockable. Even though it peters off in the late game, as you saw, my opponent had to kill both of them before we even stopped hitting our land drops. So I'm not sure if we ever had a turn where our District Infantries didn't trigger, which is pretty insane. We're able to get some pretty solid value out of that. Alright, so we've got a turn 2 Pyre Adept with a Granite Acolyte. This hand seems reasonable. I'm going to redraw it, though, just because both Glaives are double green, and I would like a hand with District Infantry, even if that hand can't cast it. This hand's a little bit awkward. 2 Burnouts and an Assembly Line, so some synergy going on, but yeah, no District Infantry is awkward. Alright, well, so let's just not only play District Infantry this turn, but also Assembly Line next turn, which is going to stop a lot of what my opponent's trying to do. No blocks here, clearly. Alright, Obsidian Golem, solid. Landfall, smack for 3. This is probably going to go unblocked. Yeah, it'd be pretty aggressive for my opponent to block here. And then we Assembly Line. So my opponent is already at a much lower life total than they appear to be at. I think we might see a chump block here on this if I Crown Watch Cavalry it. But I'm going to go for that. Sweet. Alright. So now my opponent is at 7 life points. So all we have to do is hit my opponent for almost 4 more points of damage, really, is all it is. Alright, there goes the District Infantry. See ya. So if we swing out, we should hit our opponent for 1 and clear the board. But then I lose all my fodder. Then I'd have to get in with Rebel Sharpshooter once and Finest Hour it, and then I just have to burn out my opponent twice with the remaining Grenadin and Sharpshooter. I mean, the line is here. Not sure it's totally going to come to fruition. Trying to think what waiting gives us, or what just attacking with Crown Watch Cavalry gives us. I'm thinking not much. Let's offer up the trades here. If my opponent blocks this on this, it's a little bit awkward, but it actually doesn't change that much. It means we get in 1 more point of damage here. Yeah. Alright, we even get in an additional point. It's because my opponent is playing a Stone Scar deck, so they want to keep around sacrifice outlets for their own things here.
Choose your side.
So if we see like a combust on Sharpshooter, we do have lethal. Right. Warband Chieftain. A few different ways we can play this here. I think my plan is going to be to attack with Rebel Sharpshooter into this Chieftain. And if they block, so be it. We'll use Finest Hour to trade with half of their 5-drop. If they don't block, then we have lethal next turn. Okay. So this does set us back a little bit. My opponent also now has a 6-1. But if they block here, they're going to take 3, go to 12, and trade off. Which might be a reasonable trade-off. Alright, well that clearly we're going to have to block. Potentially do some weird things where we block their guy and then sack the creature that we are blocking with. But we can also just burn out the Zenin Destroyer. May also want to save this Fire Sigil. No, I think I'm not going to go for the damage push here. I think I'm just going to play this as if it were a traditional game. Sacrifice my Grenadin, burn out this guy, smack my opponent for 3+1. They can trade with this, and they can trade with this. Perfect. No blocks. No way. No siree. Venom Fang Dagger. Seems reasonable. We can get in for 1. I don't love that. Getting in for 1 is relevant because 3 + 3 + 5 is 11. So if we can put our opponent to 11, that's somewhat reasonable. If we swing with both, my opponent most assuredly blocks this one, I think, and then we put them down to 9. We lose a guy for nothing. Think I would rather just use the District Infantry to trade with this on defense, and this to trade with this. Just play a value game. We've gotten our beats in, so let's just play a consistent game from this point. Well, I can't attack into Stone Scarmagus. Since our opponent was willing to show us that, I'm free to make this block. We're going to keep this guy back to block this guy at all times, and just try to get in with the Hooru Fledgling. Hooru does have to get in 3 times now. I'm going to save my Justice Sigil. Actually, it's not great even here. So this puts us really close. This means that we're effectively a torch away from winning the game. I'm going to let this damage happen here. This puts my opponent to 7. We only have to deal 2 more points of damage to my opponent. My opponent might not block District Infantry here. They've shown an unwillingness to block District Infantry thus far. Put them down to 4. Nope, they are not going to let us do it. All right, that's fine. We were willing to trade those cards off anyways previously, so trading them off now isn't a huge deal. We've got a number of turns here till we have to hit some more damage burst for our opponent. We are out of flyers, I believe, as I don't think we're playing any of our Hooru Fledglings. All right, need to draw a blocker now. This is going to be tricky. My opponent can stay us for 4, then 6, put us down to 1. Alright, a land. Assembly line is just about the best thing we could draw. All we need to do is hit our opponent with 1 Grenadin with a Finest Hour. I am going to chump block here. Keep back 2 Grenadins for the Finest Hour and Burnout plan. This way, if my opponent has 1 blocker, we should still be able to get through here. Alright, so let's play land, just so we can rally if we'd like to as well. Alright, let's rally here first. See if my opponent is willing to go down to 4. They are. And then we will burn out, sacrificing our Grenadin, targeting their face. That was a close one. We did get down to 5 there as we got a little bit flooded in the late game, but we dealt enough damage early game that we were able to do it to it. To game 3 here. Let me just change the stream title. This one fired fast. And we are against 7 Rich 7, the 39th ranked drafter. I'm going to ship that one back, as that was not looking good at all. But a hand with a Justice Sigil and a District Infantry. Hopefully we can mow Rich over. So that's the plan. Drawing a Fire Sigil next turn would be a pretty sweet curve to go Pyre Adept, but Justice Sigil, I guess I'll take it. Fire Sigil next turn would still be one of the best draws in our deck. It lets us just play Rebel Sharpshooter and smack for 3. Sweet. A little bit awkward potentially against something like a Lightning Strike here. Definitely going to block the Snow Slinger regardless. Levitate would be pretty insane for my opponent. That's pretty good too. Luckily, my opponent doesn't have a snowball, or sorry, mana to use the snowball this turn. So this actually winds up somewhat okay for us here. We get to play the Gilded Glaive on the District Infantry. It's out of snowball range. And then, yeah, no reason not to hit my land drop and smack for 5. Oh, 7. Oh shit, my opponent might block this here then. Wow. My opponent's down to 12. Next turn I get to hit them for 10 Overwhelm. That means Torch is lethal. Static Bolt plus Snowball to kill my 7/7. Damn. I appreciate that. At the very least, my opponent is out of snowballs now, but it's still going to be pretty hard to deal the last 12 damage here. I'm going to try. And a Glaive would be pretty strong. That lets me turn this guy into a 7/5 here on defense.
I'll find my way.
Hooru Fledgling seems reasonable. Take out this Glaive Scout. Alright, Rebel Sharpshooter. That's a solid one, because Rebel Sharpshooter plus Rampage is really tough for my opponent to play around. They will be able to Lightning Strike it, or potentially do some other things. Alright, my opponent decides to play an Amber Monument rather than develop a 5/5. Interesting. Alright, they are just going to take it. Well, if they take it 2 more times, that's also lethal. I think I maybe should have played a Sigil there in case I draw like Crown Watch Cavalry or something. We know something big is coming out this turn. I think something big is coming out this turn. It would be very weird for my opponent to play Amber Monument, which turns into a 5/5 Trampler. Crystallize is really unfortunate, but I think I win this game easier by letting Crystallize resolve. Kills my guy for free. But the way that I win this game is just Rebel Sharpshooter hitting my opponent. Saving the guy and losing Rampage to make that save seems not worthwhile. Alright, Vanquish, obviously not good enough against the current board state. I guess Crystallize was just a reason enough for my opponent to hit their land drop. Yeah, looks like my hand's just going to be a smidge too slow here, as my opponent gets to hit me for 7 again. Crystallize is really, really insane in draft. It's even reasonable in Constructed, too. You Crystallize and then you attack with your Scouting Party. Alright, we are going to see an all-out attack from my opponent here. There's a lot of things we can draw that are lethal. Not Crown Watch Cavalry, but Giant Growth is potentially lethal. Higher Adept, that's not going to do it. So let's see. If we block these two, we still take 5. Yeah, I'm not sure there's any way that we can make this happen here. My opponent is pretty likely to just attack all out here, I think. Yeah, not much I can do about this. My opponent's just going to hit me for 5. I can Rampage one of their creatures. I could have Rampaged this and Vanquished it. I guess I should have, right? If I had Rampaged and Vanquished the Ice Sprite. Oh, that would have been sweet. I should have Rampaged and Vanquished Ice Sprite, and then I would have had lethal attackers. Looks like they might not be willing to attack into a potential Lightning Bolt. I think I'm going to take out this Ice Sprite next turn. Especially if my opponent doesn't play a big card here. Alright, Dormant Sentinel. I do think I will vanquish that. The trick is that my opponent I can't actually beat the rest of my opponent's board. If I had attacked last turn, they definitely would have attacked back into me. And they're also much more likely to attack if I attack, because then they know that they're losing their guys in combat. I think we'll see an attack here. That would mean I'd have to have 2 removal spells in my hand to interact with this. So yeah, I would have to kill both this and this in order to clean up the board here. I guess I would only need a lightning bolt on this, and then I could block here and not die. But I don't have it. Yeah, and I definitely wouldn't have gotten there if I had overwhelmed my opponent's creature the previous turn. But it was a sweet play. Alright, do we get to be on the play here? No, we're on the draw, but we have District Infantry and we have Rally Assembly Line. We don't have double green, but I think I'm willing to just keep Justice Sigil District Infantry. A 1 mana 3/3 is pretty good, and Assembly Line Rally is a pretty decent follow-up to almost anything my opponent could have after that. Oh, Amethyst Acolyte is pretty good here. Though at the very least, against an Amethyst Acolyte, we do get to attack in. So that part's not bad. Meaning just that it's not good at blocking any of our Grenadins. But that's a pretty good play. Being on the draw here definitely hurt us. Well, that's not great either. Alright, I think I will play the Gilded Glaive and attack with everything. Don't think we'll see a quadruple block on the 5/5. We could see Torch plus Acolyte, and then the Grenadins trading off. That might be what we see here. I think we will probably just see the Grenadins trade off. But it looks like my opponent's got something. Figure out what that is. Can't be a quick shot anymore. Could really just be a Temper or a Lightning Bolt. And based off the fact that they're still thinking, I'm feeling like we got a Torch here. But my opponent decides not to cast it, instead goes down to 15. And we will keep our 3/3. Alright, my opponent's going to obliterate our 3/3 and then smack us for 3. Crownwatch Cavalry cannot pump itself, which is a little unfortunate, and Auric Warhammer, Runehammer is no good here either. Alright, let's just pass the turn. Let's try to get a pump out of Crownwatch Cavalry. I think we can win the long game and steal a win with Rally Burnout later. Okay. I need to play any creature before I play the Warhammer. And I'd like to play a different creature before I play the Crownwatch Cavalry. It's almost looking like it's just Cavalry time. Which is awkward because Cavalry is just going to trade with like Oni Ronin here. Trading my 4-drop for their 1-drop seems pretty lackluster. Don't have that much more time to do it. I'm going to wait one more turn here. If I can draw a District Infantry or any other 1-drop, of which there's 4 total in the deck, I think it's pretty reasonable. I'll have a 3/3 into 2/2. This deck is definitely creature light, and that was just a result of drafting it a little bit less than optimally. Alright, well that's a creature. That's definitely a creature. It's going to line up pretty freaking well against my opponent's board here. Not complaining. Now if they play something big, I get to Runehammer it. Okay. It's not something huge, but that is still something big. Might just Crown Watch Cavalry to answer Oni Ronin, though. Yeah, I think that'll be my play here if my opponent doesn't do anything. Alright. I have access to Justice Sigil as well. I think I'm going to play Justice Sigil. I know I've got a lot of Empower cards in the deck, but just being able to keep open Rampage might just be my most reasonable course of action here. And the Torch is going to go on that guy. Let's save it with a Rampage. A 3/3 is pretty good on this board state, so I'd like to hang on to that for another second if possible. My opponent also used a Torch on a dude instead of my face when I'm at 7, so this could bode well for the future of the game state here. Love to be able to protect this Auric Warhammer and see what we can do off of that. One's got 4 mana, not casting anything though. District Infantry is pretty interesting too, isn't it? It's not that exciting. I think I'm going to take out this bigger Oni Ronin here. And just play District Infantry and pass the turn. So Warhammer is almost assuredly a 2-for-1. It's not always that I'm going to get 2 creatures, but might just make some blocks here in combat, get some value that way. My opponent can't really attack to kill it, so we potentially see a burn spell here from it if my opponent wants to save one of their creatures. Got a Spectator on Eternal. Alright, they're done. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's so brutal. Alrighty, well, I kind of have to Rampage them back, don't I? While also really watching my life total. So I think I'm going to attack with this. They're going to block with their 3/1. And then I'm going to Rampage it. I think that's all that's going to happen here. Okay. So what happens here? I've got 6 total damage. My opponent's blocking for 5. Alright, this will save their weapon. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So this will save my opponent's weapon, as I'll only get it for 1. I could rally, or I could burn out to finish off their weapon. Let's rally. Cool. Their weapon does represent lethal at any time with the Overwhelm, so it was a pretty close, pretty scary situation. But we were able to get out of it. Dark Return, returning Stone Scar, Amethyst Acolyte, not sure. The bigger Oni Ronin. Might just see a big Oni Ronin return here. I think that'll be the play. Stone Scar is decent too. The Obsidian Golem. Can't return their weapon, obviously, but Obsidian Golem could be pretty strong here. Alright, they're going to go for Obsidian Golem. It's a 3/3. They can make it a 5/5. We can burn out that. And I think well, nope, I'm going to go for a Vanquish. Alright, now the question is, do I want to play against or around any haste effects? I'm going to choose not to, considering that 16 is divisible by 4. So let's just try to kill my opponent in 4 turns here. It is true that on the last attack, we can attack with 1 less creature. Alright, and then I think we're going to see a Obsidian Armor on this guy. So this guy's a little bit harder to take down. Guess I'm on the Valkyrie Aspirant plan here now.
The price of progress.
Alrighty. The plan is to block with a Grenadin and then sack my other Grenadin to burn out their Zenin Cultist. Hmm. 1, 2, 3. Shoot. Okay, well... Now how do I win? Put my opponent down to 7 here. The next turn, I'll have to chump block this, play whatever else I draw, block on one of these, and hit my opponent for some damage. I'm not sure what I'm trying to draw live into just yet. Probably has to deal with, though, burning out my opponent's face here and putting them to 7. Right, well, that doesn't do anything, but I can chump block in positive battle. At which point, I think I'm probably just dead. Alright, Death Strike will kill me. Now I've got a chump block, and then I take 3. I still wasn't in much of a better situation if I used the burnout to finish off their Zenin Cultist, and I just didn't see myself winning that way. There's a potential sequence of draws that won the game for me the other way, so I decided to go for it. I'm going to grab a water, and I will be right back. Alrighty, let's finish this off strong here. The first 2 games were super powerful. Then we got into a little bit of an awkward spot where we lost 2 more. Notorious GHP. We're on the play with a 1-drop, but it's not the 1-drop that I want, so I'm going to go for a redraw here. Of course, we get a District Infantry with no green mana this time. Sand can still be pretty good if we can draw a green mana early on. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit of an awkward one for us. Maybe Champion of Glory can do a little bit of work, but hoping to draw a Justice Sigil, or you know what, I'll even take a Rakano Banner for turn 2. Pyrodupt, well, it's not the worst thing in the deck. But it's definitely not that strong, considering our 1-mana 1/1s are indeed just that. Be much happier with the other hand at this point. Can't even block and Finest Hour, so just have to attack. Hope that my opponent even blocks at this point, but think we're just going to not win. Well, we're winning this race, technically, but not really at all. I think we're about to jump into another draft after this one. This is not looking so hot. Alright, alright. My opponent didn't play anything beyond their 3rd land. That means their Warcries are stacking up something fierce, but I'm definitely winning this race. This would be the craziest game ever for me to win. My opponent's going to stand back and block now because I have too many Pyre Adepts for him. Holy shit. I mean, there's no way I'm winning this. Alright, there we go. 4 mana. My opponent can now cast their green spells, and that should be the end of it for me. But we had a chance for a second there. Rampage, unfortunately, wouldn't have saved my Pyre Adept from Rakano Outlaw. So that's a little bit unlucky. But, I mean, look at how much damage we've got.
You're not fit to rule.
Stand aside.
I think my opponent's going to block with a District Infantry here, which means we could Rampage over with this, and then we just have to, like, Assembly Line and Burnout. Let's see, like, if my opponent blocks this here and we Rampage, they take 5 and go to 8. Seems like good value to me. Alright. That I will just let happen. And then I will play Rebel Sharpshooter. We can play Rebel Sharpshooter and get Finest Hour online. Like, I'm thinking next turn, just play a Justice Sigil. And then, so luckily, like, my opponent was in kind of the same spot. Unfortunately, my opponent is going to get a big Warcry card soon. So I'm kind of hoping that my opponent just has a... Alright, well, this is fine. I'll take this. Magma Javelin. Magma Javelin's pretty strong. It kind of punishes me for not just running out the assembly line. But you know what? Look at this now.
Stand aside. Rakano's weapons. Stand aside.
I can do this. We can make this happen. My opponent's at 11. This is like 6 points of damage, and this is 5. So we have it. We have the damage here.
Proud to serve.
Alright, that one's a little bit brutal. Because it's also a life gain spell. Wow, is that a great draw too, or what? So unfortunately, I don't think my District Infantry really wants to attack here. But my Overwhelming Quick Draw creature certainly does. And my Overwhelming Quick Draw creature might even just want to all in here. At which point I'm just saving Burnout to... Alright, we have a Detain. Sure. It's going to go down to -3. I can put it back up to 6 again. This is the craziest Detain play. I mean, yeah, I have to go for it. So we Rampage to make it a break even. I Finest Hour to make it take out both of their dudes. And then I Finest Hour again to make it take out their weapon. Alright, my opponent's at 10. Alright, Fire Sigil, go. No, Crown Watch Deserter. Well, Crown Watch Deserter can't block this. Alright, there's their Warcry triggers. So that's what we have to deal with. The Longhorn Sergeant. But now we can attack with both of these guys. Is that even good? Should I have even done that? No, we attack with both. They just trade here and positive battle this. I should have waited. I should have waited till I played my land. Because I think I might want to burn out this Sergeant here. Though playing the land allows me to triple block the Sergeant. Alright, that's another good. And I drew another land. All I have to do is burn out my opponent twice. If I rally, how much damage is that? Alright, rally is also lethal. My opponent's Warcries gain them a life point, which is awkward. But yeah, rally, burnout, and torch are all lethal right now. No box. Alright, Torch is lethal. We block. Our opponent can block our 2 biggest creatures. These guys get through. I did not think we were winning this game. But good game, Notorious GHP. That was a really close one. I did not think my turn 7 District Infantry deck would get there, but my opponent had the same thing going on. We were both stuck on fire mana and weren't able to play District Infantry until we hit our 4th land. So that made it for a pretty close game. Good game, man. Did not think I was winning that one. I don't know if anybody else saw that one coming, but that one was definitely a surprise to me. That makes us 3-2 at our current record. And I'm not sure how much juice I have, but probably about halfway to ranking up to Diamond. I'm definitely not in the top 100 anymore because I haven't drafted in the past week. It's taking a little while to find us an opponent here. It's only given me really tough opponents at this point. It only wants to give me the creme de la creme. So, it's taken a while. The longer we wait, generally, the worse an opponent we will be played against. And again, all of those words are subjective. Not trying to shit-talk any of my opponents. I just mean my opponent is more likely to be ranked bronze or silver. But no, we also get another diamond player here. Let's redraw, look for a District Infantry. None to be found, but you know what? Pyrodept was pretty good for us last game, so Pyrodept, I'm happy to see you. Rally, not as happy to see in the opening hand, but we can hopefully make something work here with a Pyrodept Rampage draw. Any 2-drop for my opponent? No 2-drop for my opponent playing Rakano. And no Temper or Torch either. No fast draw spells.
Choose your side.
Alright, Rebel Sharpshooter. I can attack into that quite freely. Opponent does know that I have a battle trick at this point. Could have even played Rebel Sharpshooter pre-combat so that my opponent didn't know about my battle trick. But shouldn't matter too much. I'm going to tap out for Crown Watch Cavalry next turn. It's a little bit unfortunate, but just going to have to try to race my opponent. It only has Warcry 3 on the first turn that my opponent plays it, so hopefully it just won't be a big enough deal. We're going to go all in on our Crown Watch Cavalry as well, and I think we've just got more dudes out on the board, so it should be tough for my opponent to interact with us here. Alright, they're going to try to trade damages for damage. Like I said, this does work out well for us. We've got a 2-mana, fully powered Champion of Glory in our hand as well. So another quick draw threat. Next turn we can play that and then Rampage to force through our 5/5. They're going to put us down to 13. Life totals are decently close here. For sure. May just be torching the Dusthoof Brawler. Let's see. I'm going to play my Justice Sigil pre-combat. What happens if my opponent doesn't block at all? What are our... Well, we might not want to do that because they can just block the Crown Watch Cavalry. But what if we rally? We hit them for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or wait, no. Yeah. Rally is 12, and then Rampage finishes off. Oh yeah, we just definitely have lethal here. There's nothing my opponent can do. My opponent's tapped out. What if we just torch this and then rally? That's 5 plus 4 is 9. Yeah. Alright. That was simple enough. We had lethal in a variety of different ways. That was just a turn 5 rally kill. Nothing to see here. District Infantry, be damned. We don't need them. 4 District Infantries in the deck, and part of the reason that we drafted an aggressive deck, or in a deck that was so aggressive, but sometimes you don't even need them. Come on, we need tougher opponents. I don't need this diamond garbage. Masters tier opponents only. For the one and only no luck's given. I am kidding, of course. If you cannot parse the sarcasm from my voice, but I'm sure my opponent was a reasonable player. Alright, and we get another diamond opponent here. Do we have a District Infantry? No. Got a Champion of Glory, a Pyre Adept, and an Assembly Line, all 3 of which we cannot cast. Let's look for an Infantry. There's one. Torch, also really strong. Rally just always happens to show up in our opening hand. Not a huge fan of that, but maybe we can make something work here. We still have a 1-mana 3/3, so that's going to hopefully provide a decent amount of damage, barring any snowballs or lightning storms here. Alright, Elysian Stranger. That I can deal with. Let's go Fire Sigil Smack for 3. Alrighty. Plan is to... Oh, my opponent's not even going to use the double block because they sense that we have a torch. Or they just don't want to double block. Not sure, but I'll smack for 3. I'm happy to do that. And then we get to put a Crown Watch Cavalry on a Rebel Sharpshooter again. So that's pretty good. Oh, Notorious GHP. Thank you very much for the host. I guess you beat me, so you owe me, right? Or did I beat you? I forget which opponent you were, but thank you very much for the host, my friend. Appreciate it a lot. Champion of Wisdom. An active Champion of Wisdom, no less. Alright, that's pretty scary. We can crash in with Rebel Sharpshooter, and after Granite Acolyting it, I think I would just like to Crown Watch Cavalry this turn because it's our cheapest option. How you doing, Notorious? I forget... Oh, you were the... Were you the Rakano deck? I believe you were the Rakano deck. DJ Gray MTG, thank you very much for the follow, my friend.
Ride to victory.
I forget which opponent you were, but I know we just played, because I read out most of my opponent's names here. You were the other Rakano deck that didn't play the District Infantry until you hit your 4th land. Yeah, that was a pretty sweet game. That was close. I will have that game up for sure on a highlight video on my YouTube channel. You'll also be able to find it in the VOD if anybody's curious on seeing my perspective now that you've brought all your followers here. Next turn we have access to Stone Scar Maul. This turn we have access to just attacking my opponent's face for a bunch of damage. I feel like I'm doing pretty alright here. That's a pretty good attacker too. Yeah, let's just Granite Acolyte this guy. Yeah. Oh, my hand too. Yeah, you'll see. My hand was... I mean, you saw all the cards that I played when I eventually hit my 4th sigil, but yeah, I had District, 3-drop, the champion. Yeah, just sitting on Pyre Depths, and I'm like joking that like I'm winning the race here, but it didn't feel like I was winning, and was able to just barely be enough against your Rakano Outlaw that you had to make a trade with your Rakano Outlaw against a Pyre Adept. How you doing, Mongo? Good to see you, man. So we're definitely pressuring my opponent's life total here. Stone Scar Maul is reasonable in that it will threaten to kill off the Champion of Wisdom eventually. If my opponent double blocks the District Infantry, I am going to go for a Torch here to keep my District Infantry alive. I don't have another land, but it is still a 2-for-1 off Torch, and you got to respect the 2-for-1. My opponent already can't block this, so we're in a solid position. And if my opponent, say, like, doesn't chump block Rebel Sharpshooter here and we draw a land, then we just get to kill them. Burnout is also lethal. Alright, let's swing out. If my opponent blocks my 2 lower-powered creatures, we have lethal. If they block just District Infantry or just Granite Acolyte and let Rebel Sharpshooter through. If Rebel Sharpshooter gets through in any way, we have lethal. Alright, so they're just going to go with that. What happens if we rally here? My opponent can hit us back for 6. It's unlikely... Or sorry, they can hit us back for 8. It's unlikely to be lethal. We're hitting them for 3 here. We can turn 3 into 7, make Burnout lethal regardless next turn. Alright, that seems fine. So now if my opponent just stays back on defense, which I think they have to do... no, they'll probably attack with their champion because it represents a 2-turn clock. Just plan on blocking here and here. I'm surprised they didn't trade Hatchling with Granite Acolyte last turn, but...
The price of progress.
This allows us to burn out them for lethal, and that'll do it. Cool, that puts us 5-2, I think, and puts our draft juice right at the F. We've got an F amount of draft juice, so slowly working our way up. Yes, 5-2. It's our first crystal pack. Going to edit the stream title here. Deck turned out to have a pretty solid showing out of it. Started off 2-0 and then lost 2. And I thought we were dead as 2 successive games had pretty awkward starting hands, but the deck's just got a lot of ways to push through damage in the late game. A lot of burn and torch. Oh, Jaffa. Alright, this is a little bit unlucky for my opponent here. We are going to keep an opening hand with Rally, I think, here, just because it has a District Infantry and a decent curve. And hopefully my opponent's deck is not too strong here. Oh, this is silver, right? I was thinking it was unranked at first, but I think this is actually... It means silver. What's awkward here is I want to play the most mana efficient card, but I also want to play District Infantry. The problem is, if I play District Infantry this turn, I won't be able to Rampage plus Pyre Adept next turn. So I think I'll just have to Pyre Adept here. Next turn, the plan is Rampage plus District Infantry, and then the turn after that is a big rally. My opponent either Feln or Feln Scar. We'll see what we wind up facing against here. The red could just be a splash from the Stranger out of convenience. Alright. Execute's going to stop a lot of what I want to do, but an assembly line is going to work pretty well with Rally. Let's offer this trade here. Think we're going to get it, considering my opponent didn't attack. Sounds good, and I will just play an assembly line. Can turn this assembly line into 9 points of damage. Not sure I want to be quite that aggressive. Alright, well now it's only 6 points of damage. I'm going to hold off for one more turn here. Plan would now be to rampage the district infantry after we hit the empower. And H Punk C, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, let's attack. If my opponent blocks one of the Grenadins, we rally. If they block the district infantry, we rampage. Alright, let's rally. So now opponent down to 11, though that is a theoretical 6. Alright, we lose this, but if we can hit our opponent for just... Wait, 11, 5. Yeah, so we need to hit our opponent for 6 points of damage. Means we are 1 point off lethal this turn. I'll play Justice Sigil so that if we draw one of our glaives, it's lethal. Yeah, plan here is just to go Rampage and Burn out next turn, though. And that should be good enough to do it, assuming my opponent doesn't gain any life here or do anything too crazy. Though, even if my opponent plays like a Zenin Reckless guy... Alright, they have a Legend. It's an Infiltrate. Looks like it's not going to matter. Nope, it's not going to matter. So we are just going to a space, and then whichever creature they don't block, we will Rampage. Whichever creature they do block, we will Burn out. Alrighty, let's Rampage here. And let's Burn out here. Good game, my friend. Cool. Alright, and that makes us 6 and 2. We are almost doing it here. Very, very close. And a little bit more draft juice. I wasn't paying attention to the draft juice meter to see exactly how close that gets us to Masters drafting for this season. I've been playing a decent amount of... I haven't done any draft off-stream. I saved all my draft for on-stream matches, but I have been doing a decent amount of ranked off-stream, and I've managed to get up to Diamond 3 just playing casually in some of my free time, because I've been having fun playing the Praxis Owls deck, so I think I'm going to make a reasonable push for that this month. Also, I've been playing a lot of Magic the Gathering online. The servers were acting weird for me today, so that's why you did not see me streaming Magic the Gathering. But for those of you just joining, thank you again, Notorious, for the host. For those of you guys just joining, I do stream Hearthstone, Eternal, and Magic the Gathering, with Eternal and Magic the Gathering being my main two. And then occasionally I stream some of the other digital card games, but I would say Eternal and Magic and a little bit of Hearthstone are my main fortes. I do have a pretty sick Hearthstone arena started, but I don't think too many people are interested in that. A lot of times when I turn off Hearthstone, everybody pieces out, but my current arena deck, I guess I can show it off in the meantime. Just load it up, but don't plan on playing it. Yeah, let's redraw. Whatever reason, this rally just loves to be in our opening hand. I have no idea why, but redraw into a district infantry. Wait, I mulliganed it away, and there it is. This is a one rally deck. For those of you just joining the stream that haven't seen the deck list, this deck list has one rally in it. And how many times has it been in my opening hand? I think every single time. I think absolutely just every single time. Srich0215, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Not sure if that's Sir Itch or just Srich. Alright, we can trade a Pyre Adept for a Bold Adventurer here. I think my opponent's probably going to make that trade. No sense in rallying. Let's attack my opponent with a 5/5 next turn. We'll save the rally. Yeah, the reward system on Eternal is pretty sweet. I do have to agree with you there.
I'll find my way.
Let's go Fire Sigil, Crown Watch Cavalry. The reward system is good, but it's also just the game. Oh, I got you. S Rich. Cool, cool. Rampage is just going to translate into 3 points of damage here. Oh, don't click that end turn button. Don't do that. Rampage is just going to translate into 3 points of damage, but along with the rally... Alright, well, I'm definitely rallying here. We already knew that much. Question is, do I gain anything from... Oh, it's 4 points of damage right now? Oh, no, it saves my guy. It saves my guy. Alright, perfect. I just got confused there. Sorry about that. But yeah, saves my guy, puts my opponent down to 10. Now if I draw a land, I'll have a 5/5, a 2/2, and a Stone Scar Maul. That'll be lethal. Ornamental Daggers will put a stop to that. Alright. Rakano Banner. This will put my opponent up to 14. And then we put them down to 7, so... Yeah, District Infantry's insane, man. That's why I drafted 4 of them. Alright, if they don't play anything, all we needed to do was draw a land. You know what? But drawing one last District Infantry as we say goodbye to this deck,
Stand aside.
this is a pretty good way to see it go out, too. District Infantry, you've been great. You've helped us grab a 7-2 victory here. You guys know I don't mind counting my chickens a little bit early here. My opponent can block my 3/3. They will take 3 damage from my unblocked creatures. And that'll do it. Good game, Night Savior. That'll give us a little bit more draft juice, put us up to the sleeve here, and leave us with a 7-3 victory. I will open up all of my chests at the end of the stream. Oh, I never knew you could do this. Oh, sick. Okay. And do I get to see who my losses were? Okay, my losses were to 7 Rich, Shangi 4. Faced off against Kazlan and Indra. And then Notorious GHP. Again, thank you for the game. Balnor, Vwagamir, Jaffa, and then obviously Night Savior. Last there. Oh, winning deck. Okay. I forgot to show my winning deck. You can see in the VOD. There is another way that I can still show you guys, so I will go that. I missed the comment, though, there. So if you go to Cards, Import Deck, and you can import your last draft, here's the deck. So here's the deck, Caxer. You can watch all of the games of this draft from the beginning. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet tip, if you didn't know this. You can import your... Oh, yeah, that you can check the names, either. Yeah, I just learned that. I will be doing another draft here, as I've got 18,000 gold. But yeah, here is the deck that we wound up drafting. 4 District Infantries, 2 Finest Hour. There were also 3 Rampage, but we decided to only play 2 of them. 1 Torch, a Valkyrie Aspirant. Champion of Glory was our first pick here. Champion of Glory. Got 2 Pyre Adepts, which seem like a silly card, but man, did they go the distance against Notorious GHP. That was pretty sweet. Vanquish, Singleton, double Assembly Line to go along with our Rally and double Burnout for damage push. Double Gilded Glaive was reasonable. We only ever drew like 2 throughout the course of it. Rally, which was really solid-ish. I don't know. It was in our opening hand every game. Yeah, so I think District Infantry is really good, but part of the problem is... So, like, in red and black, in either of the Stone Scar colors, all of your cards are aggressive, and, like, you can go aggressive whether you go... Like, with red, both Stone Scar and Rakano are aggressive. In black, both Stone Scar and Feln are aggressive. In Justice, you're sometimes in this weird spot where Combray isn't that aggressive, but Rakano is. Of course, you can draft aggressive Combray, but District Infantry, one of the reasons that it is such a lower pick down the chain is it's much, much better in Rakano than it is in Combray. So that's definitely something to think about. Yeah, Awakened Student, even more OP. Sidem, I don't know if you are referencing I have 2 draft videos up on my YouTube channel, both of which I draft 4 or 5 Awakened students, and those games were not even close. But yeah, District Infantry is definitely good, and when you have 4 of them, the other thing, like if you go back and watch my games, I was aggressively mulliganing for them because they're just so good on the play, and you can get it. Argenport Soldier is reasonable. Yeah, 3/2 aggressive creature. He trades with a lot of like the strangers and things like that. Burnout was definitely clutch in closing out a lot of games. We played one of our 3 Huru Fledglings, I believe. Oh, I can't see what I drafted, but I'm pretty sure I drafted 3 Huru Fledglings and played one of them. Rest of the deck was pretty straightforward. I also took the 4 mana sorcery. Yeah, I took a Cloud of Ash and didn't cast it, or didn't put it in the deck. So, yeah, it was good. Cool. All right, let's jump into another draft here. No, let's not save, and I want to delete this as well. Oh, Argenport as the faction. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that that was the name of the green-black faction. Now that you say it, though, yeah, okay, there's Argenport Soldier and Argenport Infiltrator, and they're both appearing in green and in black. Pretty divisive pick here. 2 really strong cards in Harsh Rule and Pillar of Amar. Harsh Rule can get you out of any situation, but I really like me a Pillar of Amar. It's just going to require me to draft defensively enough that I can cast it, but this is one of the most powerful late game uncommons that exists. Harsh Rule, again, is good, but if you're going to take Harsh Rule, that means you want to be in Combray. I agree there, Sand Whales. Oh, shit. Oh my god. I was moving my keyboard and my mouse slipped. We took a heavy axe. Okay. Alright. Well, you know what? There's no time cards in this pack here. So maybe I didn't even see what else was in the pack. I've never done that. I've never misclicked on Eternal Drafting. I have noted how easy it would be to misclick, but I've been pretty good here. I just have a sensitive one. Right. Like, Dispel is the only time card in this pack. So I could see just taking, like, Cobalt Cutthroat, Knife Jack, Rampage to stay red, or Bright Mace Paladin here. But considering there's so much... Oh, there's also Scavenging Vulture. Considering there is so much... Considering there's so much black, I think I'm just going to take, like, Knife Jack or Cabal Cutthroat. I think I'm just going to take Knife Jack. Yeah, stay red. Well, we passed some pretty clear signals to be Combray. I mean, I could play this Heavy Axe. I think Heavy Axe is reasonable. Sapphire Dragon's pretty good, too. I mean, right, this is a sign that is... I mean, this is the... this is like a theme draft, right? Randomly draft the first card in the pack and then build around it. Alright, so what if we don't have the Heavy Axe? Would I take Sapphire Dragon, Knife Jack, or Bright Mace Paladin? I think I might just take a Knife Jack. Yeah, I think we go Heavy Axe all the way. It's not quite on flavor because this guy's a knife jack, not an axe jack. But yeah, Dragon's good. I always just feel super unimpressed when I draft. I never do super well. I go too dirtily. Alright, well I got Idway and Sandwells taking me to take Dragon here. I guess I have to respect that at some point. Alright, let's take a Dragon. I can give all my units Killer. Is that good? There's also a Subvert. I do think Striking Snake Formation is a pretty sick card. And this would put us into Elysian. I think we're going to wind up Feln or Elysian, maybe Stone Scar. Green looks kind of cut off, and we pass some decent green. But we'll see kind of what comes to us, too. A lot of blacks coming to us. But Striking Snake Formation is, at the very least, the sweetest card here, so we can take it. Combray Banner, I guess I'll just take a Violent Gust. None of these other cards are particularly insane. Elder's Feather. Yeah, this pack kind of fell off. Just take every heavy axe. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to miss the pillar if we wind up in time. That's why I was trying not to draft Elysian, because I knew if we wound up in Elysian that I'd much rather this heavy axe be a Pillar of Amar. Sorry, let me mute my phone here. None of these cards are even good. Almost just thinking about like Thornbeast just to get a body. And I could wind up in Feln. I think Thornbeast is the pick. I don't think I'm super likely to want Combray Banner or Elder's Feather. I could see an argument for them. But I think I'm more likely to wind up in black. Grasping at Shadows doesn't seem terribly reasonable. I don't really want a second Violent Gust either, and now, of course, we're just seeing green cards. Could just take a Loyal Watchwing, have one card of each color here. Yeah, Grasping at Shadows really doesn't do anything at all. Right? Yeah, not really. How likely am I to play, like, Huru at this point? I'll take Sand Warrior. It's fine. Take Elysian Stranger. I'm more likely to play that than Dormant Sentinel. Another Heavy Axe, though. That could be sweet. Camel is pretty mediocre. Brazen Daredevil, also pretty mediocre. I guess I'll just start taking the Combray Banners at this point. Loyal Watchwing or Stalwart Shield. This isn't a great creature, but I do actually, like, need creatures a lot. So if I'm splashing, I'm much more likely to splash for Shield. Don't want to splash for either of them. Guess I could splash for Civic Peacekeeper. If I grab, like, a stun card. I don't know, do something really crazy. I'm going to try to play Elysian as much as I can here, though. Valkyrie Enforcer, not bad. Combray Healer, not bad. But as far as Elysian cards go, I think Ancient Lure is pretty solid. This deck's going to need a lot to help keep up, though. Yeah, I think Ancient Lure is the best card, so I'm going to take it, but not super happy. Alright, Chalice could kind of save us here. We take Chalice, and then we just start grabbing all of even, like, the strangers and stuff that we see. Temple Scribe. Alright, we can make this work here. Chalice also works really well with Bold Adventure, Scaly Gruon, and Eastwind Herald, which unfortunately all happen to show up in the same goddamn pack right now. If these 3 cards could have been split over multiple packs, that would have been great. But no, they decided to all show up all in one pack. I think I'm going to hold off on 4-drops. These 4-drops are good. But I think I just want to grab some 2-drops right now. And which one of these is the best? Probably Bold Adventurer. There's an eager owlet here for Huru, which is kind of cool. And a Morning Star for red, black. We're a lot heavier in time right now than we are in Primal, which could also be worth considering. Let's take a Bold Adventurer here. Then I can take a Rakano Banner, a Sky Snapper, or just another Bold Adventurer. I'm going to go for another Bold Adventurer, I think. Feln Stranger or Sand Warrior. The Sand Warriors do start to look good when you are heavy time. How you doing, Kruchnik? Welcome to the stream. Sand Warrior. Yeah, seems fine. Secret Pages, Teleport, or Wisdom of Elders. Don't really want to do Secret Pages here. Think we're either going to want Teleport or Wisdom. We don't need too many ways to draw cards, but Wisdom of the Elders is still pretty solid. Yeah, let's draw cards. We're kind of all in slightly on Crystalline Chalice, so it'd be nice to get some more stuff to back that up. Yeti Snowslinger seems solid. We can take another Bold Adventurer. Alright, well, at least we're getting them, right? At least the Bold Adventurers are coming. Towering Terrazon, that's a pretty big monster here. Don't really want Sanctuary Priest. I'll take Heavy Axe for the memes. Thank you very much, Kruchnik, for the follow. Appreciate it a lot. And we get a Teleport here, last pick. Alright, so some stuff came together. There's some cards here. Divining Rod, I can't imagine is going to be even close to good. No, it's not. What we can do, though, is take a Wind Shaper, which, although we don't have many flyers, Wind Shaper's an interesting 4-drop that we can chalice up. And we will get some more flyers, hopefully. We're only halfway through the draft, so hopefully we can get some flyers. Alright. Well, Zen Guardian's good, but Echo Creatures are definitely where we want to be in Feln. Or not Feln, Elysian. So I'll take a Sauropod. Here's the Icebreaker that I was alluding to earlier when I mentioned picking up Civic Peacekeeper. If we're going to splash Justice, though, I'd much rather just splash Justice for Vanquish. That seems a lot more worthwhile for our time. So let's take a Vanquish here. Then I can take an Elysian Banner. I can take another Ancient of Lure, or like a Humbug or Auric Sentry. Let's just take an Elysian Banner, fix our mana a little bit. We're not super into Justice, but it is going to help to be into Justice. We can pick up a Dispel here, get our first Silence effect. Take another Elysian Banner. Infinite Hourglass. I think we just want Tower Top Patrol. Tower Top Patrol works with Wind Shaper and Crystalline Chalice, so it seems like the pick. Yeti Troublemaker is also sweet, but I think Tower Top Patrol might even just be better. Though if we get to pick up both of them, I guess I won't complain. I don't think we need another Sauropod Wrangler. We've picked up 3 Bold Adventures and an Elysian Stranger so far. Sauropod Wrangler only helps with... Oh, that's not actually true. We've got 3 creatures that Sauropod helps with. Actually makes it somewhat reasonable. And Aerial Ace gets pumped by Crystalline Chalice, so that's kind of cool too. Let's just take Yeti Troublemaker, though. Guaranteed value. I'll take Initiate. Not sure that we're going to play it. I'll take another Sand Warrior. Solid. And another Elysian Banner. That's going to help towards these Sand Warriors. Take a Towering Terrazon here. I only own 2 Argenport Instigators. I don't think anybody is going to fault me too much for picking up a card that is so good and constructed. Desert Marshal is good. I'm still not totally sure how much green we want to splash. We only have one Combray banner. I don't think we missed that much by losing a Towering Terrazon, especially when we already have a Sauropod and a Sapphire Dragon. And Argenport Instigator will be nice in my collection. I'm going to go for the removal spell of Permafrost here over Towering Terrazon. It's a pretty solid pack, though. Look at this. Frostkin, Raptor, Torch, and then even like Recogulator, Devour Spider. Every card in this pack is playable. Find the Way is probably the worst card in this pack, but it's a pretty solid pack. We get to take a Permafrost out of it, though, so pretty happy with that one. Then I get to take a removal spell in Scorpion Wasp, a Cloud Snake, which we don't really have anything going for it yet, or a Static Bolt, which also just functions as early game removal, late game damage push. I'm going to go for the Scorpion Wasp here. I think it's the best removal spell. We'll see. I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong, but I think I like it. Healer's Cloak actually does a lot of work. We don't have something like Karmic Guardian to put it on, nor are we going to grab a Karmic Guardian, but just being able to put it on a big Sauropod or Terrazon is pretty terrifying, and the life gain can let you win some pretty clutch tempo battles, so I'm willing to take that. You can take a 3-mana 4/4 flyer or an unlock potential. Or sorry, 4-mana 3/3 flyer. 3-mana 4/4 flyer I would definitely take. Soaring Stranger seems reasonable, though. Unlock potential's good with all the guys we got going on, but it takes all of our team out of Chalice range. I'll just take a Soaring Stranger. Another Tower Top Patrol to add to our flying arsenal sounds fine. Take a Static Bolt over Cloud Snake. Again, removal over mediocre threat. Not going to play any of these cards, all rare draft. Not going to play any of these cards, all rare draft. Not going to play any of these. I'll take the rare. And not going to play any of these ones. All right. So let's take a look. Are there any cards here that we have currently cut from the deck, but we may want to play? Not going to play Civic Peacekeeper. Nope. Okay. So now just becomes the process of cutting cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're looking at a 34-card deck here. See, after we cut out some random Chafe. Wait, Combray banner, Elysian banner. Okay. I don't think I'm going to play the Vanquish. I'm not sure exactly what that means, Ixidor. Let's cut the Humbug, the Slow. I think I'm probably going to wind up cutting the Vanquish. I guess we have one animated Tower Top Patrol. Yeah, it's a little confusing, but seems solid. Could cut Initiative of the Sands. Probably don't want Safe Return either. So currently we are looking at a 15-land deck. I feel like I don't want to play Vanquish, though, to be honest. We have Permafrost, Healer's Cloak, Dispel, Scorpion Wasp, Teleport, and Violent Gust. I think we're going to be okay without splashing into another color. And not playing another color just gives us better odds to hit these Sand Warriors on turn 3. And I think that's going to be important as well. Right now we're looking at a 16-land deck. 16 land plus Initiate of the Sand. So I think we'd like to cut one more card here. But I'm not sure what that could be. Could just risk it. 16 lands with an Initiate. No, I'd like to play 17 plus 1. We don't have any huge things like, unfortunately we didn't see any, we didn't miss any pillars this draft or anything like that. Like, we saw a Pillar of Amar. Maybe we would need to put some more lands into this deck, but yeah, unfortunately we didn't see any, like, super huge stuff like that. At the same time, I do think we've got some pretty nice big late game cards with just Chalice and the Dragons. But Chalice like costs 6 mana if you want to activate it the turn you play it. This is a lot of card draw, but we're pretty much using this card draw to help us find Chalice. So it's a reasonable trade-off here. Could cut these Yeti troublemakers. I think I might. We don't have any way to really abuse Echo. We've got a lot of 4-drops, even if Crystalline Chalice and Ancient Lore don't exactly count as 4-drops. We still have a lot of those. Oh, you're right. Alright, let's put in the Heavy Axes and the Pyrodepts because they were so good last match. And then let's cut the Heavy Axes and the Pyrodepts to make room. Immediately. Yeah, I don't think we want to do that. I think Yeti Troublemaker's the worst card. What do you guys think? Tower Top Patrol seems solid. We've got the Wind Shaper, and it's also a Chalice target. So I think those are good. Initiate of the Sands is also a Chalice target. That's another great reason to keep it. Yeah, let's cut Yeti Troublemaker. I could have cut one Sand Warrior, maybe. Is that better? What if we cut one Sand Warrior? Because Yeti Troublemaker is better for card advantage. Sand Warrior is better for tempo. This deck is a little light on card advantage. Plus, like, Ancient Luring a Yeti Troublemaker turns into a decent threat. We are not playing our Pack 1 Pick 1, but you know what? Not playing your Pack 1 Pick 1 also means that you're willing to move away from any of your sweet cards here. We do need to hit triple time for our Sand Warriors and double time for Temple Scribe. Sure, we'll play this. We also have double time for our Sauropods and Terrazons. Is this triple? No, it's only double. Alright, we should be good. Striking Snake Formation, also double time. This mana breakdown seems fine. We could make it a little bit more even, but we definitely are further time. So it is important to not just be fully committed to your Pack 1 Pick 1s. I was potentially even willing to go back into Combre there for a second and like abandon the Sapphire Dragon even, but Elysian did wind up panning out for us. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we do just want to play triple Sand Warrior. Feels like we don't need it that hard, and it doesn't trigger like our Crystalline Chalice or anything. This is really a Crystalline Chalice deck. Yeah, a lot of people do get to... I was obviously being sarcastic there, because our Pack 1 Pick 1 was a misclick, but nonetheless... Turn 3 Sand Warrior seems solid. Hopefully turn 4 Ancient of Lore to back that up as well. Sweet, and a Primal Sigil to boot. This hand's perfection.
We shall find a way.
Nice.
I'll find my way.
So what do we want to draw here? What's a good 3-drop that we can play along with these Sand Warriors? I'm not sure if there actually is one. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll take a Temple Scribe, or just another 2-drop. Teleport's reasonable too. I don't think I want to use Teleport here. But I could say attack, and then what am I left doing? Bouncing Elysian Stranger to trade Teleport for that? Seems no bueno. Let's just play our Sand Warriors. Yeah. I think the real dream is turn 4 Ancient Lore into double Sand Warrior and then just drop a pair of 4/4s. But this seems solid too. The teleport plays still aren't that crazy. I think we can afford to attack here though. I'm not going to use Permafrost. Getting the Elysian Stranger off the board opens the way up for Yeti Snowslinger. So I'm going to be happy enough to just do this. I could teleport to save. I don't care enough about it. Let's just kill off the Elysian Stranger. Oh, you can go turn 2 double Sand Warrior. That's pretty insane. I'd never thought about that. I kind of do want to play this Yeti Snowslinger now. It's a little bit awkward on curve, but I think it's fine. So the question is, like, what do you teleport? Oh, you teleport to save your Sand Warrior you would have? Or you would have teleported to blow out their double block? Because there's 2 different teleport plays there. What is this, a lightning storm? We have teleport. Let's see what happens. We do have a stranger. We've got one Elysian Stranger in the deck. So I can go turn 1. That's what it is. Do I teleport to save this? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think our teleport's just going to get us better value as the game continues here. Yeah, I know I could have immediately replayed it. I just wasn't super hype on using a teleport. I just feel like teleport's just going to get us better value the longer we hang on to it here. Yeah, let's permafrost and bash.
From on high we strike.
Yeah, we have one Elysian Stranger that I'm playing. I could cut the Elysian Stranger and put in a Sand Warrior, but awkwardly, I think our 2/2s are better than our 3/3s now. Alright, that's going to bounce. Oh, he's going to freeze Terrazon. Smart play, smart play. Alright, let's go Temple Scribe first here. Not sure if my opponent's going to be willing to trade Sand Warrior for Praxis Displacer. Think they might be. Yeah, just to conserve their life total. That's fine. I'm just going to try to get there with Soaring Stranger.
Can you hear the wind blow?
It's only going to take 80 turns here, but maybe we can get there. Crystalline Chalice would be a nice draw eventually as well. Alright, well, this is a much better card to save. And that's why my opponent played the Wind Shaper instead this turn. So, yeah, I think this works out better for us here, the fact that we still had the teleport. That's probably not good for us, whether it's hatchlings, dragons, or sauropods. No. I could trade my stranger for this, but I'll just say no blocks. If I double block, my opponent's just going to put their stranger or their damage onto the Soaring Stranger and then finish it off with the Stormcaller. For our opponent on a 5-turn clock, their clock is a lot faster than ours here, though. Alright, they'll play a Lumen Shepherd this turn. To find something to do relatively quickly here. Alright, Sauropod is the draw, so that's what my opponent's got going on. Well, we can kill any flyer that they play. We do have to chump block this here, and then we're going to take 8, go down to 3, and then go down to 2. Alright, they'll just bounce us. There wasn't much we could have done that game. Yeah, I think regardless of what plays we made, I mean, we drew 10 lands, our opponent drew 6. We could have not blocked into the Stormcaller. It was pretty obvious that they had something. I didn't think it was going to be that backbreaking, whatever they played. But, yeah, it turned out to be a pretty good one. My opponent was still at a pretty high life total at the end there. And my Soaring Stranger would have done 3 less damage, too, if I didn't have the teleport. Yeah, they played the one guy so early. And freeing their Tarazan was pretty clutch, too. The one thing that I could have potentially done, it wouldn't have got me anywhere. If I if I teleported the Praxis Displacer to get in for an additional 3 that turn. Yeah, no, I know you're not saying that it was wrong. You're just theorizing. Oh, 1 start, not the greatest. I think this deck is still somewhat reasonable. We can play a turn 3 Sand Warrior about half the time. We'll keep this. It's a reasonable hand on the play. We don't have the mana to cast the Wisdom of Elders anytime soon, but Permafrost is really strong for the late game when we eventually draw blue mana. Alright, turn 1 Cobalt Monument. Not going to complain that we don't have to face down a 5/5 flyer here. Though the fact that my opponent is willing to throw away a 4/4 flyer for free makes me a little bit afraid about the rest of the game here. We could play a Primal Sigil to get Wisdom of the Elders online quicker. I think we just want to play Sand Warrior here, though. We get punished if we draw Combray Banner. But other than that, this plays fine.
Travels, friend.
If we Static Bolt, we can smash for 3. That seems decent to me. Especially because we're going to want to clear the board for Towering Tarazan anyways, and it's a sorcery speed spell. It's not going to get too much better for us, and lets us get in 3 points of damage. Alright, Serpent Trainer. We might want to just Permafrost a Serpent Trainer. It's a little bit annoying. Could also just play Towering Tarazan. I think I'm going to... that's tricky. Save Permafrost for a big boy, or use it now. We can clearly start with this. My opponent blocks. Hey, they've done half the work for us. Alright, they decided not to block. Smart play, opponent. Smart play. I think I want to go Towering Tarazan. I'm smacking for 9 every turn. That's got to be decent. And hopefully they tap out for a Tarazan of their own. No, a Horned Verlunk. And a Permafrost on our guy. Okay, okay. Just keep the monsters coming in. Sure. My opponent will be able to keep hitting me for 4 in the air, but if I can keep dropping monsters, that might be okay. Opponent's got us on a 4-turn clock here. Retning, thank you very much for the follow. Tower Top Patrol seems great. I think I offer a Sauropod trade of some variety before playing the Tower Top Patrol. I could just play Tower Top Patrol and eat Sky Snapper right now, though. Maybe that's my best play. They also have Lightning Strike mana up. Alright, I'm going to say Tower Top go. So this halves my opponent's clock. Actually, not quite halves. They're going to get to put us down to 11, and then they're going to have us on a 6-turn clock. So it does a lot to stop what they're doing, at the very least. Let's block here. And this is our animated Tower Top Patrol, so there's some decent value there, too. Stormcaller. Okay, no Stormcaller blowout for us this time. Teleport gives me really good attacks, doesn't it? Can now bounce the Amber Acolyte off the teleport. Just play another Sauropod. I think I will want to Permafrost Stormcaller or maybe even just one of these Serpent Trainers eventually here. But I do want to get in my own damage here.
Skies.
Alright, that's decent. That's going to get a Permafrost. Let's block here. We're going to take 4, go down to 5. So my opponent's almost going to have lethal next turn. Nick Venn, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. The opponent almost has lethal, but we've got a lot of tricks at our disposal this turn. So we can almost afford to swing out. So if we Permafrost here, block here, my opponent will have 1, 2... Let's say we're blocking here. We'll take 1, 2, 3. So both of these guys will be lethal. So we do have to block both Amber, or we do have to block both Acolytes. But we also have a Teleport and a Yeti Snowslinger to do it. So we could block both Acolytes with Teleport Snowslinger. Problem is Teleport leaves them back with a blocker again the next turn. Let's attack with both of our Sauropods. It's 3 Sauropod hits. We've got to hit him with 3 Sauropods. Comes a Scorpion Wasp. Alright. That's pretty unfortunate. Then we have to teleport Amber Acolyte. All of this seems really, really terrible. But at least we hang on to a Sauropod here. So we're going to take 3 damage this turn. Not sure how we can win this one. I may have... Because I didn't even deal any damage to my opponent on that last turn. They were willing to make that double block. Violent Gust a little bit too late here. Maybe we can make some weird things happen with this Yeti Snowslinger, though. We like Violent Gust this one. And then Lightning Bolt this thing. I think my opponent's just going to trade Acolyte for Snowslinger. It seemed pretty crazy if they didn't. Alright, they do. Maybe we can still bait them into a weird play here, though, where they don't attack with everything. Obviously, Sky Snapper's coming in. Alright, the other guys are going to come in as well. That's unfortunate. Because if they only attacked with one of them, tried to do some safe play... Yeah, I think us winning involved us getting that Yeti in. Which probably meant not teleporting even last turn. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. 0-2 start here. But you know what? Even if we lose out, we've got 13,000 gold. We are going to set ourselves back a ways in terms of reaching Masters in draft this season, because... we are hemorrhaging juice here, but we got a lot of juice from the last draft, so... hopefully that more than balances out. Because our win record today is currently 7-4 in totality. This hand seems solid. We can play a turn to Dude, a turn to Sand Warrior, the actual Dream. Alright, let's see a Sand Warrior. Boo. Alright, I will still play this Elysian Stranger. Seems pretty solid here. Against a couple of Grenadins from Chronicling. And we're going to trade Pyre Adept for Elysian Stranger. Seems reasonable. Alright, Piercing Shot will put an end to that, and I'll take 5 here. But I will get to gain 7 when I put Healer's Cloak on Tower Top Patrol. So, looking forward to that one. Sand Warrior would be a great draw at any point this game, because I've been tapping out, other than on turn 3, and could have been playing it for free. Ideally, turn 3, I would have played Temple Scribe into Tower Top Patrol. Alright, here comes a big 5/1 attacking creature. Gonna say no blocks, because I get to gain that damage right back, and then have a really solid blocker. Well, also, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna Permafrost this guy, just in case. Alright, so this should buy us a considerable amount of time. We're back up to 20. Our opponent doesn't have any great attacks. They're going to need to pump up this guy to attack. I'm sure they have some more pump in their deck, though. Just like a +2/+2, and suddenly they can attack again. Heavy Axe, the death of us, but they put Heavy Axe on Granite Acolyte. That's kind of strange. Heavy Axe on Granite Acolyte doesn't seem all that powerful. I'm going to block like this. Sweet. Alright, we got that trade. Means my opponent traded a whole bunch of shit for... Oh, okay. And a Javelin to finish me off. But I feel like we got pretty decent value out of all of that. Let's Dispel just a cycle. I'm going to start drawing some actual cards here. Elysian Banner. Alright, well my opponent's got me on a 10-turn clock. I should be able to draw out of this one. This would be pretty crazy if I lose from here. Because we more or less stabilized. Hoover Fledgling's a good one. Initiate's a pretty terrible one. Alright, let's draw Chalice into something sweet. I think I am going to keep around the Initiate for just 1 second here, if my opponent lets me, and try to draw a Chalice. I don't know, maybe that's wrong. So now my opponent can hit for 8+8+8, or 7+7+7. Either way, that's a 3-turn clock. What happens if we're able to trade with the 4? Let's say we take 8 this turn. That'll put us down to 10. Then my opponent can hit us for 3+3+3. So if we're at 11, that doesn't change anything. If we are able to draw a 2-drop, we can double block this. Alright. Let's not do anything here. Let's hope to draw a Chalice. It doesn't change any of our clocks here based on what our opponent could draw. So we can afford to take 5 and then 4. So we can wait 1 more turn here before trading with Grenadin Drone. Take 5 and then take 4 damage the following turn. Difference between 1 life and 2 life should be pretty irrelevant. Considering if they have a temper, they could kill this anyways. Alright, finest hour for lethal. Sounds good. If we had tried to trade last turn, they may have just done a similar pump spell, though that would have meant less damage to our face. Oh well. 0-3. Pretty embarrassing. But that's what you get when you first pick Heavy Axe. Still got 1 gold chest to show from it, but yeah, that was a pretty embarrassing one. You know what? Let's pretend it didn't happen. Let's jump in there. Stay positive. Ancient Terrazon. Well, I have 4 of it, but it's still a decent amount of shift. It's also invulnerable to damage. The card seems not bad in draft, right? It's a 7-mana 8/8 that your opponent just cannot damage at all, regardless of what they do. Dies to Annihilate, obviously, but let's try it out. Ancient Terrazon. There's also Channel the Tempest, which I have like 6 of, yeah. Maybe not Channel the Tempest. We could take a Sauropod Wrangler, so we can get the Terrazon out on the board faster. Rapid Shot's a pretty solid spell. Predator's Instinct, Borderlands Waykeeper. I don't really want to take Sauropod Wrangler because I think it's pretty weak. I think I'm going to take Borderlands Waykeeper. I think it's just the best card here. Dispel's solid as well, but yeah, Borderlands Waykeeper seems kind of up our alley here. Take a Towering Terrazon, a Doomed Phantom, or a Loyal Watchwing. I like Towering Terrazon. Makes us more willing to pick up Sauropod Wranglers as well as we see them. Amber Acolyte seems pretty good to help us keep hitting our land drops and curve out into these insane 7-drops. Bold Adventurer and Zenin Guardian, both pretty good. What else? Minotaur Ambassador can help hit our land drops for Terrazon, but I'm not sure if that's exactly what we want. I think I might just want Elysian Stranger to help play the cards we've currently drafted. Initiate of the Sands, Tower Top Patrol, Eastwind Herald, all pretty solid cards. Oh, Morningstar would be sweet. Sure, I'll try it. I think we just want Eastwind Herald here. If we want to splash Morningstar, we'd probably rather be in Combray. But I think Eastwind Herald's just the best card here. Just get some cheap early game cards to trade with what my opponent's doing. Initiate of the Sands, I think, is better than the draw a card infiltrate guy. Could be wrong there. Dusthoof Brawler is kind of what you said. Take a Sauropod Wrangler so we can play it slightly earlier. A Scaly Gruon so we can get there. Dormant Sentinel. We don't need another Terrazon in the deck. I think I'll just take Wisdom of the Elders here. Silverwing Avenger is also pretty good. We just have a lot more blue cards than we have green cards right now, so I think we're more likely to play that. Take a Mirror Image and copy our Terrazon. It's not the worst. Seems sweet. Scorpion Wasp seems great. We're not missing anything from this pack either, so looks solid. Yeti Troublemaker could honestly just see taking an Execute here. We already have an Amber Acolyte, and Execute's a really strong removal spell. I'm not super impressed with Yeti Troublemaker. I am decently impressed with Ashara the Deadshot, though. But Infinite Hourglass is also pretty good with some of these big monsters here. Lets you get in a decent amount more damage. Yeah, I think this actually would be a pretty good Infinite Hourglass deck. Ashara is sweet, but it's a double splash, too. We could play Ashara instead of our blue cards, but I think this is good. Crystallize is insane. As much as I'd like to take up another Crystallize. What is Instinct? Predator's Instinct? The card that gives something killer? Sorry, I'm a little shaky on some of the names sometimes. But Crystallize is insane in draft. And pretty good here. Towering Terrazon's going to go well with our Crystallize. Elysian Banner. Could take a Combray Banner. I think I'd rather just a Violent Gust. Be our first Violent Gust? Sure. Fevered Scout. Flight Lieutenant I don't think we need. But Flight Lieutenant might actually be a decent pickup instead of the other card that you were talking about. Yeah, you just grab a Flight Lieutenant and then give all your big guys flying on the late game. And it's easily splashed off of a Amber Acolyte, too. Could take a Friendly Wisp or another Bold Adventurer. I think this deck could benefit from a Friendly Wisp quite reasonably. We're already going to pick up any like False Princes that we see or something, but I don't know, Friendly Wisp seems pretty good. Yeah, let's grab it. Gemblade. Oh, here's the Predator's Instincts. Oh, Predator's Instincts Terrazon is pretty funny. Right, I see. Because it's invulnerable to damage, so you just get to kill anything. That's pretty funny. We already have 2 ways to get it in. Not that it should really matter, because, like, if you're an 8/8, you should just be able to fight anything and live regardless. So, I don't know, kind of feel like I just want, like, another Eastwind Herald here. We've got a lot of 2-drops already, though. Maybe I just don't need another 2-drop. Eastwind Herald is solid with Infinite Hourglass as well, though. Could also just take Feln Stranger to help splash Execute. Maybe we go the Stranger route a little bit. I don't hate that. Feln Stranger seems like a reasonable early game play. And it provides a second black source for free for Execute. While also providing us for double blue on Crystallize and Wisdom of the Elders. Because we are going to need triple time, and we're potentially going to play a Primal Source as well. Alright, Feln Stranger's starting to look interesting to me. Let's grab that. Reliquary Raider is an insane card. You see, I only own one of them, so I've barely even had the opportunity to play with it. Hatchling is really good, but I think Raider is the pick. It's an expensive card, but it is a really strong card, and by virtue of just being a blocker, it's insane and pretty crazy with Infinite Hourglass. So I'm going to try to make that work. Twinning Ritual is sweet, and Levitate is sweet, but Predatory Carnosaur as a kill spell in time is a pretty solid one, so I'm going to pick up that. Can take another Feln Stranger here, and that seems reasonable, just an early game kill spell creature hybrid in Feln Stranger. Can also take a Feln Banner. That's going to make the splash almost free. Would I rather just play the Dispel? I think I'd rather splash and Execute, to be honest. Yeah, we just need mid-game now. We've got the late game for sure. We've got the early game pretty well. Initiate means we can just kind of skip the mid-game. And I like Initiate too. But I think I'm going to take Feln Banner here. It lets us play a little bit heavier into black. Yeah, ramp does help. We have a lot of big monsters here. Maybe I do just take Initiate. Getting able to play a turn 2 Amber Acolyte is also pretty sweet. Sandwhales, I know you love Dispel. But is Dispel better than just Execute? We do have Execute, Scorpion Wasp. Yeah, Sandwhales always wants me to put a Dispel in my deck, and to be fair, you're better than I am, so... Alright, let's take the Dispel. Let's try to learn from the Master here. We got a Master in the chat. Might as well use him. I'll take a Temple Scribe here, and I'll take a Temple Scribe here, and that'll give us some Temple Scribes. That's true. I mean, I don't know my record against Sandwhales specifically. I'm sure we've played reasonably against each other. Scheme seems kind of funny to try to hit our crazy bombs. Let's just take an Elysian Stranger, fix our mana. Blast is fine. Not going to play Rakano Banner. Probably not going to play Daggers either, but I'll take it. And what do we get here now? Copper Hall Elite, Lightning Strike, Teleport, Sand Warrior. This definitely could be a Sand Warrior deck too. We don't have any teleports, so I could see taking a teleport, but I think Lightning Strike's going to be the most solid card here. Lightning Strike does a lot of work. Another Elysian Stranger. I mean, I don't even know what I could possibly do with all these Elysian Strangers. At some point, I almost just want to play Direwood Rampager just because it'll be another card that can trigger our Friendly Wisp. There's definitely diminishing returns on these Elysian Strangers, though. If we find a sweet Stranger, either Death Touch, Flying, or the Draw a Card one, that starts to get pretty crazy pretty fast. Yeah, I'm kind of into the strangers in this draft. We'll see what happens with them. I'm feeling like not too much, but maybe we can make something good. Going to take a Combray Banner to help facilitate this crazy 3-color deck and allow us to splash Flight Lieutenant. Don't really need a... Yeah, we have got triple time with the Predatory Carnosaur and the Ancient Terrazon. Very true. Don't really need to take a Horse Snatcher Bat, I don't think. And definitely don't need a Stone Scar Stranger to try to splash some red cards somewhere in here. Loyal Watchwing could even just be reasonable. Stalwart Shield as another way to gain endurance could be interesting. Excuse me. I think I'm just going to take a Sky Snapper, though. It's a reasonable card. Nothing too crazy, but it can potentially do some work. Awakened Student? Do I go for Awakened Student off the splash? I don't think we can afford to play Awakened Student. It's a little bit too late game. I'm just going to take a Seek Power and be happy with that. Playing a Seek Power in my 4-color deck here. Enlightened Stranger, however, I think we do take. We currently have 5 Strangers, and I think this is one of the better rewards for picking up Strangers. It's not the best, but I think Enlightened Stranger is worth splashing, and it works well with the late game Flight Lieutenant. It's a reasonable mid game. It's a little bit greedy. We are going to have to cut some cards already here, so maybe it will just get cut, but we'll see what happens. I'm not going to play any of these cards. Maybe I'll play Rebuke, but I don't really want to. I will take a Teleport here. Finest Hour is sweet, but don't really want to play that either. And Teleport's reasonable. And then I get another Awakened Student? That's crazy. I'll take it. I don't think I can play it at all. Seems pretty mediocre, but I'll take that too just in case. Not going to play Accelerate. Not going to play Accelerate. Let's see what we got here. Let's cut these Accelerates to begin with. First thing I like to do is go through and see if there's anything that we cut. Oh, we did get a Dispel, so that'll make some people happy. Probably not going to play Mithril Mace. Execute, and then this green splash. Alright, Alchemial Blast. Let's take a look. 41 cards. Only 2 of them are banners. Yeah, I don't know why an Awakened Student was that late in the deck, or in the packs. I think I might not play this Execute anymore. The silly thing is, even if I don't play the Execute, I still want to play all these Strangers. The thing is, can we splash the Execute for free? We'd want to put in one Shadow Sigil, and then we've got 4 ways to hit it. Off Amber Acolyte, the Shadow Sigil itself, Feln Stranger, and even Seek Power. Yeah, I think we keep it. Alright, so I think we cut Ornamental Daggers. Initiative of the Sands plus Strangers is an interesting combo that I kind of like. I think I cut Friendly Wisp because it's a little bit win more. It's good with the Towering Terrazons, but we don't have that much to go with it. Mirror Image might be the next card that I cut. I'm going to cut Blast. I like the Sauropod Wrangler. Kind of even like Copper Hall Recruit. Right, Flight Lieutenant is the only thing that we're currently not looking at. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of 2-drops here. With all of these Strangers, I think we can loosen up on probably like the least exciting cards, which are the Eastwind Herald and the Scaly Gruon. I assume in your calculation you just weren't counting Awakened Student. You were counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe you were counting that. But yeah, Awakened Student is like kind of a splash here. Yeah, probably just cut the Eastwind Herald then as well. We've got to cut a few more cards. Copperhall Recruit, I was just seeing, like, we're really skimping out on 4-drop cards. Our only other 4-drops are Enlightened Stranger and Zen and Guardian. Seemed like a reasonable blocker, but don't have to argue with me. I'm definitely willing to cut that card. I think I'm going to cut Mirror Image, too. Card just seems win more to me, and I don't think we need it. It is sweet with Enlightened Stranger that your lands start doubling up there. Infinite Hourglass is always a tricky one too, because the value of it is pretty hard to calculate. I am going to cut Mirror Image though. Definitely want all of my card draw with Wisdom, Dispel, because hitting Flight Lieutenant is just how we're going to turn the game from a negative to a positive. I guess we can cut Bold Adventurer, we just have enough Strangers. Like, we're still at a 16-card deck list here. And right now I'm playing 7 on color 2-drops with Borderlands Waykeeper, which is just the best one out of all of them, because it's a mid-game card as well. And then Sauropod Wrangler, plus the Strangers. Could cut Sky Snapper or Violent Gust. Sky Snapper is a good way to just get in damage, but it does get blanked by a lot of things. Gets blanked by snowballs, cheap flyers, tower top patrols. And we don't really have the means to push it through. We've got an Execute, but it kind of does the opposite thing. It's a 15-land deck with 1 Initiate of the Sands and 1 Seek Power. Seek Power, the way that the algorithm works, I actually think Seek Power is pretty good in land light decks. It means that it doesn't count for a land as far as mulliganing is concerned, but it does kind of still put another land in the deck, so it kind of cheats the system a little bit. I'm into it. What else could we do? We also just win if we ever draw Crystallize. So Crystallize and Flight Lieutenant just win the game. The second one requiring 8 mana, and the first one requiring double blue. But still, Crystallize is just an insane card. I don't really know where Hourglass stacks up. It's good with the Terrazon. It seems somewhat reasonable. I'm definitely considering cutting Hourglass here, though. Cutting Hourglass would put us up to 17.5 lands, counting Seek Power as a land, not counting, or counting Initiative of the Sands as a half a land. Oh, we still have all these Temple Scribes on, too. Forgot about those. Alright, so what if we cut that? That's 17.5 lands with an Amber Acolyte, double Temple Scribe. I just don't think we really need it. Alright, add power. 2 Justice Sigils and a Combray Banner, as well as a Seek Power and an Amber Acolyte. Means we have 5 ways to get Justice mana. That seems reasonable. Only want 1 Shadow Sigil, though. Our Primal mana might be okay, just because we've got all of the Feln Strangers. Maybe we really don't want Violent Gust. Nah, Violent Gust will be good. Because we've got a lot of ground dudes. Alright, so what other land do we want? Just put in another Time Sigil. That wouldn't actually be that unreasonable. I think I might go with another Justice Sigil, though. No, it's got to be Primal, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, with the double Primal on Wisdom of the Elders. I know all of our Strangers add Primal, so we really only ever need to draw one. Do we need more time mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we don't really need time mana. Yeah, 4 colors. We're going for it. We doing it. Yeah, I'm going to put in another Justice Sigil just to try to play Awakened Student that much earlier. We only really are ever going to need one Primal Sigil because we've got so many Strangers, and we can still tutor up the Primal Sigils in the same way. And we've got a banner here as well. Alright, let's try it. 4-color madness. We're playing against another equally brazen player on this dude. Whatever this guy's called. The name escapes me right now, but... Oh, look at that hand! What a way to start out the draft. A Time Sigil, a Primal Sigil, a Shadow Sigil, and meanwhile my opponent's playing all these Seek powers over there. Psh. Psh. Wait, this guy's Dinomancer? I thought this was the guy that draws cards. But you're right, it might be Dinomancer. And we get the turn 2 Awakened Student. Our opponent might have a Static Shock, but I think it's worth the risk, considering we want to curve out here.
Let me tell you a tale.
Alright, Blind Storyteller. You're right, though. This actually is Dinomancer, isn't it? I was thinking this was the card that you exhaust to draw more cards. Wiznerd, thank you very much for the follow, my friend.
Safe travels, friend.
Appreciate it. I'm going to grab double time mana because we've got 2 double time cards in our hand. Like I said before, we also have a lot of ways to get the second primal mana. Yeah, I didn't realize it was Dinomancer. I was thinking it was the card that is... oh, I thought it was Explorer Emeritus. Is Explorer Emeritus a potential guy that you can use? Could just be wrong. Alright, that's their Echo. If their Echo is daggers... Well, I always feel pretty comfortable with that. Let's make a 4/4. Let's draw a card. I kind of want to keep open extra mana. I guess I should have... No, I couldn't have held onto the banner. Never mind. Right, Sauropod Wrangler. Next turn we get to play Terrazon with Teleport back up. And we'll have a 5/5. Alright, Reinarch. Not bad, Reinarch, not bad. Oh, I don't know why I thought I had teleport back up here. I do not. But I'll still run it out there. I think my opponent is decently likely to put some daggers on this if they don't discard the daggers. They do indeed discard it, though. 4 mana. What could my opponent want to do with 4 or 7 mana? Again, we don't really have to do anything here. We are... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Turn 6 Towering Terrazon. I'll take it. Alright, let's start by smashing, right? We trade Lightning Strike for this. Do I just wait for next turn? Or do I slam this Terrazon? I don't want to attack with Awakened Student just yet. But I think I'm willing to trade this off for Reinarch or for Gruon plus Lightning Storm. Alright, if we just trade here, I'm fine with that. And then refresh. Could teleport here to counter refresh. Does that seem reasonable? Yeah, I guess it does, because I really don't want them to have a 5-9. Alright. Teleport it is. Means I could have attacked with Awakened Student too, but I didn't wanna. Alright, let's just attack with this again. Offer the trade again. Ooh, listen to that dino roar.
Step back.
Oh, come on. Come on, man. Bouncing our Ancient Terrazon.
From the east.
No respect. I don't have any strangers in play either. That's awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like we can attack for 7. Play Terrazon. Hold on to my Enlightened Stranger and my Primal Sigil, because I can play those next turn. We did lose 1 point of damage here,
Step right up.
but not a huge deal. Lightning Strike for this guy. Let's draw a Stranger. Zen Guardian's pretty good too. I'm going to play this pre-combat so that I can play my Primal Sigil. They can double block this with Praxis Displacer plus Argenport Instigator. Seems reasonable. I'll take that. It's a 2-for-1 off my 2-drop. Short. Yeah, they're going to triple block to try to make me do something weird. I'm going to take out their 2 best creatures. Well, the only 2 creatures that I can take out. Their best creature and another creature is what I'm going to take out. Then I'm going to play a Zen Guardian. Next turn we'll have 2 8/8s attacking yet again. Always 2 8/8s. Always keep it up. Derpinard, GG. But I think we're going to get this one. This one's looking pretty promising. Copper Conduit ain't bad. Let's just... Oh, I guess if we activate, they could triple block Zen Guardian. At which point we trade Zen Guardian for both of these 2 monsters. We swing out. They have to chump block this, eat this, take 5. Sure. Let's just do this in A space. They're going to take 5, go down to 5. They're going to chump block both of our 8/8s with their smaller creatures and then eat our Enlightened Stranger there. Yep. Take 5, go down to 5. We are still at 25. They have not dealt any damage to us. Or that's a lie. They've dealt 1 damage to us, but we've gained it right back with Temple Scribe. Oh, and we also still have an 8/8 back on defense because this guy's got Endurance. So, yeah, we ain't going nowhere. They can play another blocker, chump block both of our 8/8s, and then we hit them for 5 again. Haunting Scream, Praxis Displacer, Bounce Ancient Terrazon. It's not going to be quite enough considering they lose their 3/3 end of turn, or their 3/2 end of turn. Have to chump block Zen Guardian and then take 5 from our remaining 3 creatures. Good game. Alright, we're right at the R. Right at the R on our Crystal Juice here. And a 1-0 start. That makes us 8-5 for the day. We're certainly going to end the day with a winning record. Considering even if I lose out from this point on, we'll be 8-8. So that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think I might get a slightly longer stream today. Sometimes Thursdays and Fridays I can afford to be a little bit longer with it, so Just going to keep drafting until I am Masters. And then once I'm Masters in Draft, I'll try to lock in Masters in Constructed. Still have about half of a month to do it here. It's 5/18 on the current date. I do also kind of have to take a shit, but we'll persevere. I'm going to change into a standing desk real quick. Educated Collins 2. All right. Hello, hello. Bold choice to queue against this deck, but I don't think you meant to. Let's keep it. This hand's a little bit silly, but all we need is one more
Time, quick.
sigil, and we'll be able to play everything, and then we're going off with the strangers here, so... Seems pretty solid to me. Alright, and there's the one more sigil.
Safe travels, Sprout.
Let's go and grab it here. What do you got for us? Herald Song? It's going to be a little bit slow, I think. Just have to not get interrupted here. And you know what I'm going to do? Just to make sure that's what happens. You know what? This is an even better play, too, isn't it? Yeah. Alright. Got all my colors. We doing it. No Lightning Storm one time. We can survive one turn without a Lightning Storm. Then I think we're kind of killing it here. Say good luck, have fun in the chat in case you are muted and watching.
The throne must be destroyed.
Alright, Zin and Destroyer, not horrible. We'll be able to Lightning Strike it next turn. I'm willing to offer a trade here of a student for a Zen and Destroyer, I believe. Yeah, does take that. Maybe that was wrong, but we get some decent tempo value off of that. Nah, we don't really. Yeah, I should have just not. Yeah, it was a mistake. The thing is, I don't know what kind of crazy things he's going to have once he untaps with that. But I could have tried to double block it at least, too. We've got the triple time for Predatory Carnosaur and Ancient Terrazon. So I'm feeling pretty decent. Crystallize is insane and actually just wins us the game. Let's A-space. I think he might trade this off here. Sensing how much damage we've got coming at him. Nope. He's going to take 11, go down to 10. And this is going to work out pretty well for me as we get to Lightning Strike this guy after he puts a Beastcaller's Amulet on it. He needs Beastcaller's Amulet plus Backlash. And short of that, I mean, even if he does that, we get to Crystallize and just win. So I'm not sure what happens. He needs actual just removal spells here. And even then, seems not great. Alright, he's going to tap out for a Wind Shaper. We're going to Lightning Strike it. Good game, my friend. And we had Crystallize in hand, too. That wasn't going anywhere. Alright, that puts us up to the T in draft. I've also thought about making a secondary account for Eternal. Mostly just because, like, the daily rewards are pretty good for Eternal, but what's not great is the bleed on draft. Like, you actually have to go 7-2. GG, Educated Collins. You actually have to go 7-2 to make something out of your draft, which can be a little bit awkward. The mana is reasonable here. We're on the draw. I'm going to keep it. It's a little bit slow. Yeah, deck's good. Good deck is good. Makes us 9-5. You've 7 3 times? What does that mean?
We shall find the way.
Yeah, I just had a super aggressive draw that game with the Acolyte and all that. Oh, okay. You just mean you've gone 7 in a row, or... Gotcha. Like started X2 and then won the next ones. Let's try to get in there with Borderlands Waykeeper here. Don't really want to trade Elysian Stranger off for Amber Acolyte here. We can also just swing for 1 and play Temple Scribe this turn. That draw makes this pretty safe of a play, too. Now if they go for block plus pump spell, we're still in a good spot. Right, when you make a secondary account, you also just get to stomp on bronze opponents as well.
Listen.
Which is a little bit awkward. Alright, they're going to give themselves a 2-4 and a 2-2 as well as a 3-2. Okay. Well, we eventually can win just by smacking in the air. For right now, let's play Wisdom of the Elders. We've got Predatory Carnosaur next turn, too. And we'll just keep open teleport back up 4 as long as we can. It seems sweet. So hopefully they play like a... Well, I don't really want them to play a Sauropod because that means that they'll have another one. Alright, that's a pretty reasonable card for them to play. I will eat that guy right up. I'm just going to say no blocks, and I'm going to eat it on my turn. Get blown out a little bit. My opponent has kept open... Oh, well, that's an interesting draw, too. Do I want to just put all of my landfall triggers towards my strangers? Kind of. The thing is, these 3/3s are just so much better, or these 2/2s are so much better as 3/3s. And the fact that I have Flight Lieutenant in hand means that we do want to just fireball my opponent. So every little bit that we can get towards that is going to be good. I'm going to say no blocks again. Does look like my opponent's got a fast spell of some sort. So I do want to be a little bit careful with this Carnosaur. Might not just want to run that out. Might want to go for like a Scorpion Wasp or something on it instead. What could I Carnosaur with no fear? I could Carnosaur, Combray Healer, or Crown Watch Cavalry with no fear, but it could also just be like a teleport of their own. You know what? Now that I've got a turn to just play Scorpion Wasp, I think I'm going to not go crazy. I think I'm just going to Scorpion Wasp my opponent here. Just a little bit afraid. And the thing is, the more afraid I am and the longer that I wait, the more likely it is that my opponent actually gets something out of this. Alright, let's save our guy. My opponent had to know I had something there if I just have Borderlands Waykeeper and am not activating it. This turn, hoping to go Enlighten Stranger, land, and then activate. Lightning Strike's a pretty good one, though, too, eh? So if I want to play around everything, I just go, like, Predatory Carnosaur and kill, like, the Crown Watch Cavalry. Which is not that impressive. Do I want to trade it for potential pump spell? Well, I wouldn't even do it on the Cavalry. I'd do it on the Combray Healer. Just in case they have a bounce, because I don't want them to return this to their hand and give it +1/+1. Yeah, I mean, they have something here, clearly. So, what that is, we are not yet sure, but we played around it. Now, the game plan of play around every single possible thing for the entire rest of the game, it's a little loose. But maybe we can get there. Mithril Mace, kill my Waykeeper, okay. Crystallize lets us get in, that's for sure. My opponent's got 2 mana up. So what happens if I swing with Carnosaur? We get to see what their trick is. I also don't really care if the Mithril Mace takes out my Temple Scribe. So let's see what their trick is. I think we're going to see Argenport plus Finest Hour block. Yep. But I'm okay with this. Because this doesn't necessarily put us any farther behind. We could have just crystallized, but I don't really want to crystallize this turn anyways. I want to play Enlightened Stranger, which represents almost the same amount of damage as Predatory Carnosaur. It's a 4/4 that with landfall will give us +1/+1. Ooh, Ceremonial Mask. Alright, good shit. So, there goes our Enlightened Stranger. Oh, you can Lightning Strike face? Oh, I forgot about that. I wasn't sure if you could Lightning Strike face. That's a complete blowout then. That just wins us the game. Sure, my opponent has a 6/6. I don't give a shit. No blocks. We'll go to 12 here. Our clock is much faster. Our opponent has us on a 12-turn clock. We have them on, like, a 50-turn clock. Or, I don't know why I said 50 like that was better. We've got them on a 3-turn clock. And they've got us on a 6-turn clock. So, we'll play Flight Lieutenant here. Flight Lieutenant might die to another removal spell or something crazy. Temple Scribe. That's a good one. It's a good one to have. Put some back up to 17 as well. Okay. We got a game. We got a game. Throne Warden definitely gives us a game here. Ancient Terrazon's fun. I kind of just want to smash, to be honest. I think this is fine. The Ancient Terrazon is... we all want to smash, of course. The Ancient Terrazon is going to provide some steady damage throughout, and we already got rid of one of their Vanquishes, and they would have definitely used their Vanquish if they had it, so... Yeah, Terrazon should spell game over real quick. The other funny thing is, like, we've got 2 insane attacking creatures, and my opponent can only kill one of them. So, what is that emote? Asukamoto. Short. And we get to hang on to our strangers. And we actually didn't even need that 4/4, which makes this attack so much better, because we've got Crystallize. My opponent jump blocked, and then I played an 8/8. Oh, jeez. Good game, my friend. Yeah. This ain't going nowhere. We get to attack for exactly lethal here as well with Crystallize, so that'll do it. We don't even need to play these cards, but I will. A space, and that'll wrap it up. But yeah, we had Xaxes, even without all that BM. It wasn't really BM, I just played a Sigil, but pretty good stuff. That makes us 9-5, or 10-5 rather, throughout the course of the day. An awkward 0-3 set us back a little bit, but looks like we're doing it again. Temple Scribe, is that a reasonable enough keep? We don't have any blue mana. But we've got the mana to play Towering Terrazon, Predatory Carnosaur, and Dispel. You know what? This curve is decent. We don't have any primal mana here in our 4-color deck, but this curve still seems really decent. Enlightened Stranger's definitely been putting in work, though, for sure.
Die with honor.
Ooh, Temple Scribe is the perfect answer to an Oni Ronin. It's not quite the perfect answer to double Oni Ronin.
It's written right here.
I appreciate that. But it's still a decent answer to a single Oni Ronin. Let's see if we get it blown up here. Argenport Instigator. Alchemo Blast. Alright. I think I will Dispel just because I've got no better turn 3 play, and I don't want to completely die to these guys. Though Sauropod Wrangler lets me play a Terrazon next turn. Alright, Sauropod Wrangler into Terrazon. Let's try it. Hopefully this is enough.
On my signal!
Alright. It's exhausted. I didn't want to block with it anyways. You got me. Justice Sigil into Towering Terrazon. Hopefully this is enough. My opponent's going to have a pretty big monster. Hopefully it flies. Hopefully my opponent plays a 5/5 Huru Fledgling. Oh no, they're Stone Scar. Venom Fang, Dagger, and that's it, eh? Alright, we'll say no blocks and then go Dispel Elysian Stranger. Go down to 14 here. Our life total's a little bit low. Oh, Scorpion Wasp is good too. Maybe we just Scorpion Wasp it then. Now, we can save Scorpion Wasp for something better, because my opponent's going to have another big monster in their deck still. So let's go like this. Ooh, Teleport's sweet too. Nah, I'm going to play Elysian Stranger. So if my opponent swings out here, I'll just block the 4/3 and then trade on the Oni Ronins. Which is not my favorite, but it's good enough. Alright, looks like they're just going to play a dude and pass. We're going to just continue to hit all of our colors here. Let's go Predatory Carnosaur, kill the 5/3 or 4/3. Do we want to smash? Let's not smash this turn. Opponent has no fast spells. It's pretty good. Yeah, let's wait one more second here. Now if my opponent attacks all out, I block Terrazon on Oni Ronin and double block Knife Jack. Alright, well that's a pretty fucking big weapon. Holy shit. Okay. What? That's insane. Wow. Alright, well I can ambush to take it out once. And Terrazon's gonna have to get in there. Okay, I have a rules question. What happens if I play Scorpion Wasp and then teleport my Scorpion Wasp while my opponent is attacking with Runic Revolver? Does that work how I want it to? Will that cancel the attack of Runic Revolver? I think it might. But if anybody is really good with the rules engine of the game and can answer that question for me, it'll cancel the attack. I think that's worth it then. So yeah, they're gonna try to hit the Terrazon. I'm gonna flash in the Scorpion and then teleport it. Alright, this will buy us 2 attacks here of the Runic Revolver. Perfect, yeah. The attack changes targets, then I get to teleport this over. Alright. That's a decent play. That'll buy us some time. That'll definitely buy us some time here. I could have saved that Sigil, though I might actually want to use it all this turn. We're going to see a chump block with Oni Ronin here. They could positive battle this. We'll take 4. Next turn they chump block Terrazon and we can kill it. They're also just lethal against it next turn. I don't think an Elysian Stranger or Sauropod Wrangler is worth 2 damage on their weapon. I might be wrong. Would also be pretty interesting to see them double block here. If I attack with more creatures, it doesn't let them double block. A double block isn't great for me either, but I think I can beat a double block. You liked all swing? Well, too late now. Alright, we are going to see a double block, which means I'm just going to let Runic Revolver take out one of my guys, then I'm going to replay Scorpion Wasp, and sure, that happens. Let's not forget, I've got a Towering Terrazon in my deck. All swing might have worked out a little bit better. But we still get to put this down to 1 on my next turn because I am going to run out the Scorpion Wasp here. Never mind, we get to put it down to 3. But I think this is still worth it. My opponent on 1 card in hand. Seek Power, pretty terrible draw. But does still remove a power from our deck. Alright, let's A-Space. Opponent gets to trade Strangers and take 3 on their weapon. On their turn, they will kill the Wasp. We get to put their weapon down to 1 if they don't have a blocker. They do have a blocker. Alright. Okay. Let's just end here. I need to draw Terrazon. Maybe should have even played the Justice Sigil to try to hit the Terrazon. We get a Violent Gust target. I'll take it.
We all change.
Still not GG just yet. So my opponent can't attack with their Chieftain here. They attack with their Chieftain, I go down to 2. Oh, that's a great draw. We crystallize, stun, take out the weapon. There we go. I took myself off of Flight Lieutenant to be able to do that, but we dealt with the Revolver. Turn 20, the Revolver is dealt with, and here comes the fucking Revolver. Oh, God. Oh, God. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure we're getting out of this one anymore. Those cards look pretty good, don't they? Alright. Andy returned this too. Let's go Temple Scribe into... Can't play Towering Terrazon just yet. There's a chance that Terrazon can still do some good stuff for us. Though the problem is this will swing into the Terrazon. Oh, he just has lethal here. Oh, I messed up. Forgot the Runic Revolver also does 2 damage when it comes into play. It does 2 to the face. Alright, so that's how you lose to Runic Revolver off a double Oni Ronin start. That was pretty insane. That makes us 3-1 here. Yeah, that's quite the powerful war cry here. Lose a little bit of draft juice. I thought we were doing good that game. We stabilized, but really didn't have to do anything with stabilizing. My opponent just had an incredible war cry trigger. So this hand can play Temple Scribe. We've got a late game Flight Lieutenant. I like being able to just play Temple Scribe. Is that enough to keep the hand? Sure. Yeah, Warcry can feel pretty busted sometimes. And that might be just one of the best Warcry targets. We see a double either... Actually, is that a double? I think the animation might just be messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, never mind. They definitely have 2 Echo cards, or... Yeah, the fact that it was like a 6-cost weapon too. I mean, I did some work in terms of not letting that weapon clear my 6/6. I wonder if I could have won if I attacked with everything, though, that one turn. Like, that might just be on me, right?
A gift from the east.
Alright, Eastwind Herald, let's just keep these Temple Scribes coming. Can we see a Primal Sigil? No, but we do have an Ancient Terrazon as well as a Towering Terrazon. So we've got the late game locked up this time. Just have to not die to all of these hatchlings. And that really is going to be the problem here. These hatchlings are going to be pretty good against us. And we need to hit lands regardless here. Right. I couldn't have won because my opponent had the stash. So regardless of what I did, my opponent would have restocked with the stash anyways. Okay, one of their echoes was Snowball. I can teleport Temple Scribe to save it and draw a card. Just turning teleport into a card when we've got so many other lands here, or such a need for lands here. I think I like that. It might have even just been better to have main phased that, but so that I could have hit the land drop a little bit earlier. Alright, slightly punished, but we still need to hit lands number 7 and 8 here. So, I don't mind that too much. As long as my opponent doesn't have a Polymorph or a Permafrost for my 6/5, we'll get to start putting in damage. Alright, a Frostkin, that's not that much damage. We're going to start to crash for 3 now.
It's written right
Let's
here.
lead with Temple Scribe. We might be able to play Waykeeper here. Oh, we are. We're able to do it all.
Find the way.
See.
What a crazy-ass deck. What a crazy-ass deck. So next turn, we've got Predatory Carnosaur. This turn, we actually somehow managed to put my opponent in a spot where they can't attack with Frostkin. So that's pretty sweet. I mean, if they attack, they just trade Frostkin for, like, these two. Sure. I'll try to offer that trade. Have, like, a teleport or something. Okay. Kind of want to hold on to this Predatory Carnosaur for a minute if I can, which would mean activating my Aegis Waykeeper. Though that seems like a great target for Predatory Carnosaur. We'll see. If I draw a 2-drop, I might just activate the Waykeeper. Even so, I think I'm going to play Carnosaur and kill this. Well, there's my 2-drop. And that is quite the 2-drop, too, because that lets me play Terrazon and Flight Lieutenant. Alright, I think you got it, Sauropod Wrangler. Let's smack for 5. And let's play a Sauropod and stop my opponent's attacks here. 2/3 Aegis. My opponent now gets to play 2 1-mana cost hatchlings.
Can you hear the wind?
Oh, and a Wind Shaper here. That's pretty sweet. So I can trade off hatchling with Waykeeper. That seems solid. I'd have slightly better trades if I wait and play the Carnosaur first, but I want to keep smashing my opponent. Oh, right. Flight Lieutenant doesn't reduce the cost for the Sauropod. So, Sauropod Wrangler's actually not doing that much here. Do I want to just play an 8/8? I take 6. Yeah, I want to get my 8/8 on the battlefield. And let's play Time Sigil too. My Empowered likely doesn't matter that much for Flight Lieutenant because all of my opponent's creatures have flying. It's just important to be bigger creatures here. I'd probably board out Flight Lieutenant if this was a best-of-3 match here. Oh, the Polymorph. Now the Polymorph comes, and my opponent can still play 2 1-mana 3/2 flyers here, while also attacking me for 6. They do have to slightly watch out that the Towering Terrazon doesn't kill them. Alright, that's fine. That wasn't doing anything anyways. Yeah, this attack would be quite interesting. I'm already in a pretty neat spot here, where... So I can actually afford to swing out. The question is, what is my Carnosaur going to kill? Is my Carnosaur going to kill this, which represents 2 damage, this, which represents 4? Killing this also lets me get in for 8, putting my opponent down to 5, which gives me 2 lethal creatures. My opponent will be able to play 2 lethal creatures next turn, or block 2 lethal creatures. But at the same time, if I just kill this and then a space, my opponent takes 7, goes down to 6, and I still have 2 lethal creatures. And I'm taking less damage. Yeah, I know she's a blocker now. And she's going to get to deal damage to me next turn. It just feels slightly safer to me. The other thing is she's not a blocker next turn if I hit the land with Flight Lieutenant. Oh shit. Fuck, I messed up. Okay. I did not know that was coming. We get to dispel her, which means our 6/6 is free to attack. But our 6/6 simply trades with Thunderstrike. So I either Silent Shaper, or if I just play Flight Lieutenant, my opponent's going to attack with Thunderstrike Dragon. No, they're going to attack with Thunderstruck Dragon next turn. Alright. They do have to block both of these monsters. I guess I'll Dispel, see what we draw. This might not be horrible. So now do I trade Predatory Carnosaur with Thunderstrike? I guess so. Otherwise, my opponent's just going to kill me. Yeah. They could chump block here, too. The thing is, if I Dispel the dragon, I still can't attack. I can't attack this turn because I don't have enough mana to play Flight Lieutenant, and I don't have a land. Should I have double attacked?
We shall
I
find.
wasn't even thinking about that. If I double attacked, he could have blocked here. Oh, he still would have had that right. This still trades with Thunderstrike Dragon because we silenced this. Yeah, that was really dumb. Oh, that was dumb. Alright. And Static Bolt a Stranger. That's fine. Justice Sigil is interesting, but doesn't really do that much. I'm almost better off not playing the Justice Sigil. Yeah, that was dumb. He would have had to. He wouldn't have the Eastwind Herald right now. He would have had to chump block with it last turn. Let's just get the Thunderstrike Dragon off the board. I don't know what else he has in hand. Alright. Seems not great for us.
Form up.
can't have like a saddle. A saddle's only +3. Alright, he's going to put us down to 5. We'll have lethal counterattacks if he does just this, though, so he's got to have something else. He does also have a 2-1 flyer, so you can block here and here, take 3. Yeah. So we kind of just need to draw a flyer now. What? Oh, he's got the original Thunderstrike. Right. So now he eats this. Chump blocks here, takes 3. I don't know what the other static bolt was on, but it was on one of, it was on like this or this. I think it was on Sauropod Wrangler. Yeah. Just have to hope he doesn't notice lethal. Yeah, so if he didn't have this right now, that would have been lethal. It wouldn't have actually been lethal. It would have just meant that they didn't attack with their Thunderstrike Dragon this turn, but then they're not... no, yeah, it still would have been good enough. Yeah, so, like, if I attacked with both of them, they would have had to chump block the one guy. They would have traded, chump blocked. I would have been left with the 6-5 next turn. Yeah, I still would have lost, but... my opponent also still had infinite cards in hand. It was definitely a punt. I don't know what I was thinking, but didn't actually matter. I mean, it mattered. So, like, if I... yeah, if I attack with both of them, my opponent kills the 6-6... no, they would have chump blocked the 6-5, killed the 6-6. And then the next turn they play Thunderstrike Dragon. If I attack, they trade, and then they trade or they chump block. Then the following turn they can play a Thunderstrike Dragon again. No, they just trade, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe there are some more potential outs at least. It's definitely closer. I mean, the crystal thing meant that we were never close to winning. What do you call it? The 1 damage and stun the whole team. That meant we were never close to winning, but... alright, Bradykin. Hit me with your best shot. We've got all 4 colors. We don't have the turn 1 student, which is the only awkward thing here, but... otherwise, this hand is sweet. We do have double time and double primal as well. We're just looking for our 3rd time mana, and we can cast everything in the deck. There she is. Let's just go Elysian here.
Find the way.
Alright, well that's better value than if I would have played Initiate of the Sands. Initiate was better for our mana, but this wound up working out a lot better.
Quickens.
Next turn we get to play Terrazon if we hit. I think my opponent has another weapon. Nope, they're just going to play a dude. Alright, here's our land. Let's play a Terrazon. Look at this mana. This is insane. Alright. Little short still of the ancient Terrazon, but the towering Terrazon is alive and well. Violent Gust. Alright, let's start with a Wisdom of the Elders. See what they can teach us. Enlightened Stranger, that seems pretty good. Elysian Stranger, also pretty sick. Let's smash. My opponent has a giant growth effect. We still trade here. Awkwardly, if my opponent attacks here, I'm not going to block, considering Enlightened Stranger can make these 2/2s into 3/3s. Alright. That attack actually worked out pretty reasonably for me too, I think.
We are the infinite.
One more mana and my team turns into 3/3s and then I get to play Predatory Carnosaur. Alright, see you, dude. There goes that guy. Yeah, I want to trade a Stranger for their weapon here. Sounds good. Could also Dispel before combat. I don't think that's going to get us anywhere. I guess it's just not worth doing. I think it's worth doing. We've got a lot of land drops to hit here. Let's Dispel and play another Stranger. No, Execute. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. Sweet. No blocks. Definitely don't want to block with my Initiative the Sands here. What else do you got for us? A Rebel Illuminator? Oh, Reliquary Raider. You are too good to me.
What have we here?
Let's just end the turn. Opponent has 4 mana and a quick spell. Torch on Elysian Stranger. Okay. Would have worked out a little bit better after a chump block for my opponent, I think. Now I'm kind of pressed into... okay. Did I gain 4 life from that? I feel like I just did. So I can either hope to hit just 1 more land and play the Carnosaur, or just trade here and take 3 less this turn. Let's take it. I'm only hemorrhaging 3 points of damage by doing this, which could definitely be relevant, but my opponent's tapped out. Maybe they have another land or something. Okay. Yeah, this worked out well. Now I get to Carnosaur eat here, and now I'm much more willing to make this trade. Still don't want to, and my opponent might not want to either. Like, my opponent might want to use Rebel Illuminator to kill the Carnosaur. Yeah, they do. Alright, that's good then. I think I want to just let them. Nah, there's no reason to. Especially now that I drew Amber Acolyte. Yeah, I can just play Amber Acolyte here. Get a... It doesn't matter what I take. Just take a Time Sigil. And I can play this. I already used my Enlightened Strangers here. So now it's just about putting a Terrazon on the board and then getting the Terrazon in the air.
Rule number 1, don't drop your tools.
Rule number 1, play a Terrazon. Rule number 2... Rule number 1, get the Terrazon on the board. Rule number 2, get the Terrazon in the air. Opponent's got another fast spell here. Not many fast spells that would be able to save their dude there, though. Yeah, let's just go Terrazon. If we hit a land next turn, we can Alpha in the air for 17. So land to win it. Alright, that won't do it, but we can dig for a land here and try to find one for next turn. Let's play the Temple Scribes pre-combat. Alright, there's our land. There's a Felon Stranger. Let's smack with just this boy. What do you got for us? They need Vanquish. I don't think there's any instants that interact well with Terrazon out of Rakano, at least. Boom! Got a Grenadin. That's 1 Grenadin down. 1 more to go. But, like I said, next turn, it's just lethal. We just play Flight Lieutenant. Our Flight Lieutenant will tell our Terrazon exactly what to do. Terrazon, come with me! We're going on an adventure! I don't know what they say. I'm making up my own voice acting. Maybe we lose to some really weird sequence of events here. This attack seems pretty safe, though. Yeah. Like, if they had ways to interact with our attack, that would have also meant that they wouldn't have been using those cards to block. Do those sound like good voice lines? I think they do. To the skies! Is that what its line actually is? That would make sense. $11-7 here as the total record for today, and I think I should be able to get in one more draft after this even. What do we got? Woods Runner. Best of luck, my friend. We have Elysian Stranger with only 1 primal mana, but Zenning Guardian, Elysian Stranger, Scorpion Wasp seems like a decent enough curve on the draw that I'm willing to keep this regardless. We also already have our green mana, so when we tutor, we can just tutor for blue, probably. Ooh, and a Reliquary Raider to boot. Alright, this curve seems fantastic. If we just don't get super run over, I think we're doing it. Ooh, and we have an opponent on Skycrag. That's cool.
We shall find a way.
Not exactly sure what Skycrag has got up their sleeves here. Granite Acolyte. I'm willing to make this trade here. It's a 3-1 for a 2-1, or a 3-1 for a 2-2. Sure, my opponent leaves behind a 2-2 in their place, but I leave behind some primal mana. And Awakened Student, just about the best draw I could have after that. That is a great 3-drop for us. Unstable Form on their own guy to get a 2-2. Alright, an Unstable Form again. What are you going to turn it into this time? A 5-drop, and the 5-drop is a 3/3 double damage that they decline to trade into mine. Sounds good. I'll play a Zenning Guardian. Just curving out here should be quite insane. Turn 6. Okay. See you, student. I can still trade Zenning Guardian for this. Looks like they don't even want to do that. Enlightened Stranger, eh? Alright, let's keep it going. Turns out that was annoying to my opponent before, probably still annoying now. I'll offer the trade of Zenning Guardian into double damage guy here. Opponent's going to not block, and because this guy has endurance, it means they are not going to attack here either. And these attacks are only going to get better and better for me. They will want to trade this guy off with Enlightened Stranger or Reliquary Raider, I believe. Well, that's pretty good. No sense in attacking with just Zenning Guardian. It's just going to trade. Let's just play Reliquary Raider. Next turn, we'll try to play Elysian Stranger plus Wisdom of the Elders, and we should be able to hit off of those. Cobalt Acolyte for their double damage flyer. I guess that means we're going Elysian Stranger, Scorpion Wasp. Would I rather keep open Teleport mana just to make sure it goes off without a hitch? I think so. I think we can also attack here with all of these. Oh, my opponent can double block this. Oh, that was dumb. Lightning Strike on Reliquary Raider. Sure. I actually want to teleport to save my my Stranger, awkwardly. Alright, sweet. No punish. Perfect. Perfect. That should not have worked out as well as it did, but it did. I'll throw out the Scorpion Wasp. Go for the block if my opponent has a Temper Tantrum, then we can teleport. teleport the Temper Tantrum, and a frontline Cyclops. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. No, I wanted to keep open teleport mana.
We shall find the way.
My opponent can trade Enlightened Stranger into frontline Cyclops. Does that get any better for us next turn? We can also just double block with Guardian Stranger. I think I like that slightly better. Do I even? Maybe I just... do I chump block this turn? Yeah, maybe I chump block for one turn and just Wisdom of the Elders here. Alright, well... Alright, that's a reason to do that now. We can just grab a... Justice Sigil here. Yeah, I figured the only way that I lose the game was if I'm unable to deal with their flyer. So I wanted to have teleport to protect my Wasp, just in case they were able to deal with that. While unlikely, it felt like it was the only way that I could lose. Let's smack and teleport. Actually, I don't even need to teleport Cyclops. I can just take the beats from Cyclops here. Yeah, we just have, like, insane attacks here. I don't think I have to do anything. I can just take 6. Because this card can't block. We're just going to go full on Stranger battle. Sure. Alright, so if my opponent chump blocks this, they take 1, 2, 3, 5 plus... That's 8. Yeah, plus we get to activate this. They've got to chump block this. Yeah, this is more than good enough. We take the damage here. We teleport their guy end of turn. Then I go landfall, ultimate, A-space. That'll do it. Yeah, they could chump block. They still take 19 there. A little bit of overkill, but... I don't know. Some games you get to play and you just get to keep teleport open the entire time. I didn't feel like my opponent was threatening me the entire time that game, so I just decided to take a route where I was keeping teleport open, especially when they like weren't attacking with their cards. I love triple Stranger plus Enlightened Stranger, but we just can't, especially not on the play. And a no-lander. And this hand's solid. We got all of our colors other than the splash. No play till turn 4, but being on the play helps. Grenadin Drone is not the exact thing I wanted to see here, though. Love to draw an Awakened Student, but I will settle for any 2-drop. I'll also settle for a Dispel. Alright, that's a decent 2-drop. An Aegis creature. Sand seems pretty good now. Katana on that dude. Don't want to block that. Don't really want to execute it, nor can I, so I guess that makes that decision easy. Let's play a Zenning Guardian. I could smack for 1. Sure. Opponent could have a lightning bolt there or something, but looks like they didn't. Alright, sidearm on that. Still gonna say no blocks. We've got bigger monsters next turn, so that'll help us get our real blocks in. Might actually want to trade Waykeeper here for Dark Wisp. Yeah, I think I'm going to offer that trade. My life total's low enough here. I do have to be a little bit careful. Looks like my opponent might also have a fast spell now. I'm going to try to trade off Towering Terrazon first, because I think Reliquary Raider is better. Yeah, it's going to go here. Alright. If it's just this attacking... we get pretty blown out by a double block, don't we? Alright, let's do it. I think they have a fast spell, though, don't they? What can we do? I can't remember if they actually have a fast spell. What could it be? It could be... So many fast spells they would have just... Yeah. So we trade Towering Tarazan for that heap of an abomination. That worked out pretty well for us, I'd say. No Zenin Guardian swings here. We could play both of these monsters. How does that work out? Reasonably so. We could also play Temple Scribe, try to hit a land, and activate Borderlands Waykeeper. Also don't hate that. Potentially puts us one card deeper into the deck. Rapid wasn't... The thing that actually made me block was if my opponent had Rapid Shot, they would have attacked with Dark Wisp as well. Okay, my opponent's got another color now. This could be bad. Stone Scar Magus, that seems fine. Predatory Carnosaur, that's an interesting one.
It's written right here.
Draw a card. Cool. Time Sigil. We can kind of hold on to the Time Sigil, though, yeah, maybe we just activate the Waykeeper this turn. What happens if I attack with Reliquary Raider? I trade it for Stone Scar Magus plus a card. Six mana, Bright Mace Paladin, there we go. That makes sense. And this is going to go on the Paladin, I assume? For sure. I think we just eat the Paladin, considering my opponent's tapped out. Sounds good to me. This will put him back up to 26, but we weren't exactly worried about their life total anyways. That means I don't want to attack with Reliquary Raider now. I could get in there in the air for 2. Then what are my blocks? I can block here, I can block here, I can block here. Yeah, seems fine. Our life total's high enough. Our opponent's on 1 card. We do have to start attacking with this eventually. I could wait till next turn when I've got Predatory Carnosaur back as a blocker as well, but shouldn't matter too much. Alright, that's a pretty good attack. It'll let them kill that and the Carnosaur. I really want to A-space, but I don't think I can. The fact of the matter is I get to activate Zenin Guardian next turn, so let's just be content with that. I'll keep the Sigil hidden, both for my Empower abilities and for the hidden. Alright, so they take out the 8/8 and hit me for a little bit of damage, but that still leaves me with a 6/6. Oh gosh, the Smuggler's Stash, getting back... Stone Scar Maul for sure. Probably Sidearm. Bright Mace Paladin. A Grenadin. And yeah, the Sidearm. Okay. I get to play the Grenadin here. Starting to feel like... Oh shit, yeah. I'm just dead to Stone Scar Maul. My opponent attacks all out next turn. Go like block, block, block. Well, they'll Stone Scar Maul first, killing Initiate of the Sands. And hitting me for 5. What I'm questioning here is if I can attack with Reliquary Raider. I would like to get some value out of it. So if they kill this, they hit me for 5, put me down to 4. Which means I can go block, 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 take 4, I lose. Okay. Probably just lose now regardless. But at the very least... Yeah, because my opponent can just hit me for 5 and then hit me for 5 again with the Stone Scar Maul. So it means I pretty much have to attack with Reliquary Raider. Alright. Didn't get there. That's going to be the end of this draft. Oh, I could have... Yeah, no. Like, yeah. I can't just, like, lose all of my guys so that they don't have good attacks either. I know if Raider blocks, I gain life, but my opponent, all they have to do is attack Stone Scar Maul on Initiative Ascends, and I take 5 and die. So I had to find something before the blocks happened. That's why I was debating attacking with Reliquary Raider last turn, is I saw that the Stone Scar Maul was going to be lethal. Problem was attacking with the Reliquary Raider also just gave them lethal. They might not have known that, and it might have given me a card a turn earlier, but didn't work out. We will get 3,000 gold for our troubles here, as well as 3 packs. So not the worst. What was that, a 5-3 record? I think I can squeeze in one more here. Should be able to complete it in an hour. And that is quite the legendary. That's definitely going to be the pick. We are definitely going to play Combray. And I will say right now, I'm not totally sure that I'm going to be able to finish this draft. But it is going to be a sweet one. If you'd like to catch the end of it potentially, feel free to hit that follow button. And you'll be notified when I go live, so you can catch the end of this draft whenever I stream it next. I also have a YouTube channel where I post all VODs from past streams, as well as highlights and sweet stuff like that, some tutorial videos and things. But yeah, Vodacon? Sure. I vote for Vodacon. That's going to be the pick. This card seems sweet. You don't have to do too much to make it work. Obviously, it dies to, like, Dispel. But we are going to try to draft Combray, because that is also just my favorite thing to draft as well. Temple Scribe to help us draw into Vodacon or just Argenport Soldier. Let's take Temple Scribe. There's also an Execute. Unlock potential is reasonable, too. But I like Temple Scribe. I think Temple Scribe is fine. Take a Minotaur Ambassador. Well, that's pretty funny with Vodacon. How does that work? Do you draw 2 cards off Minotaur Ambassador when you have Vodacon in play? I think you do, right? Yeah. I think you draw 2 cards. Feel free to correct me on that. I mean, Inspire is probably just the better pick. But that seems sweet, doesn't it? Yeah, you draw 2 cards. All right, let's go for it. Let's go for it then. I can safe return my Vodacon. I think I might just want something like Tower Top Patrol or Towering Terrazon for the early game, but safe return's pretty good. I like me a Towering Terrazon. I'm going to take it, and it looks good with the curve here as we have it. Protect, Detain, Valkyrie, Aspirant. I like Valkyrie, Aspirant. Detain's also reasonable, but I think slightly better in Rakano sometimes. I'll take Valkyrie. Crownwatch Longsword or Predator's Instincts is looking like a pretty good Predator's Instincts deck. Let's take that up. Horn Verlunk. Well, we don't have any 4-drops yet. We're bound to get some 4-drops. But Inspire's good too. I'll take Horn Verlunk though. Yeah, that seems solid. Mithril Mace or Safe Return? I'm going to go for Safe Return first. I think we're more likely to get more Mithril Maces. Bright Mace, Bold Adventure, Tower Top Patrol. I'm going to go for Bright Mace Paladin. I think it's slightly better, but it's incredibly, incredibly close here. Between really all 3 of these cards. Bright Mace Paladin has the highest upside, though, so I'm going to take that. Crownwatch Longsword to go along with our Bright Mace Paladin seems super sweet. Second Sight, Paladin Oathbook you're going to give me, too? Paladin Oathbook to go along with Bright Mace Paladin? Well, it's a Paladin draft. Forget about the Temple Speaker. We're going all in on the Paladins. I can take a Sauropod here or an on-color Enlightened Stranger. Enlightened Stranger, we just got to see be insane. Sauropod's a little bit better just immediately, though. And it could just be the pick. I don't know. Sauropod, Twin Brood Sauropod seems really good. Yeah, I think I'm going to take the guaranteed 2/5/4s then over the build-around card. Combray Banner and Combray Healer, as well as an Argenport Soldier. Well, Combray is open as fuck. Secret Pages is also sweet for Vodacon. It draws you a card, but Combray Healer is just insane. We're definitely going to want to take that one. We could try to splash for Hatchlings. It's not unreasonable, but there's also Loyal Watchwing, Inspire, Predator's Instincts. All of these cards seem really, really fantastic. What direction do we want to take it? I think I want to go not Mithril Mace. Pretty sure I want to take not Mithril Mace here. Kind of just want to take Inspire. This is going to be a good Predator's Instinct deck too, but I think we can get more Instincts later. Though if we can go all in on safe returns and Instincts, that's pretty sweet too. Alright, we have one vote for Instinct in the chat. I'll take Instinct. Whenever spells played directly on this guy, draw a card. Well, Sauropod Wrangler is kind of what I wanted, taking these Terrazons and Sauropods. Flame Blast is sweet. This card doesn't really do anything. Yeah, let's just take a Sauropod Wrangler. Think that's going to be good in the deck. Sword of Ikaria is one of the better cards we can splash. And I don't think I missed that much by not taking Minotaur Grunt. Yeah, I'll take Sword of Ikaria here. Can take another Sauropod Wrangler or a Huru Fledgling. I want to put some Sauropods into play. What do you say? I'll rare draft. I'm not going to play any of these cards. Argenport Soldier Animated sounds good. Not going to play Humbug. Let's rare draft. And Elysian Stranger we might play. Dormant Sentinel we probably will not play. Friendly Wisp is kind of what I was looking for when I took the Sauropods. I was thinking this deck already seems like a good Friendly Wisp deck. So, getting more cards. I do want to keep the Oath Book in mind. And you know what? Friendly Wisp is fine with Oath Book too. So let's definitely take Friendly Wisp here. Wow, and a Pillar of Amar? Well, holy shit, this draft isn't... We have Pillar of Amar plus Vodacon. I mean, I can't not take this. Crown Watch or Zenin Guardian? I think just Zenin Guardian. Yeah, it seems good. Armorsmith, another teleport. Sure. I don't want too many more teleports, but a second one is fine. Take another Zenin Guardian, another safe return. The safe returns work really well with the double instincts. Then we just have to find some creatures to put them on. We're really just looking for 3 drops here now. And maybe a 4-drop is good enough. Yeah, let's just take a 4-drop. Just want to have solid mid-game cards. Hornverlunk is fine. Alright, well, ask and you shall receive. We got way too many. Awakened Student. I'll take that, though. Don't want to take an Accelerate. Yeah, we're not going to play any of these cards here. Let's take a Flash Freeze and a Synchronized Strike. None of which I want to play. Minotaur Grunt. Don't really want to play that one either. Where's Minotaur Grunt at? Alright. Awakened Student's definitely the pick here. It's just a better Argenport Soldier. I forget what I picked over the safe return. I think I picked the Zenin Guardian and then got 4-drop flooded, but oh well. Throne Warden as a 5-drop or Bold Adventurer as a 2-drop. Kind of feel like our 2-drop slots are solid now. I think I can take a Throne Warden. Throne Warden is not quite Sauropod food, but it's still really good. Though, you know what? We can also take a Flying Lifesteal Aegis card with our Paladin Oath Book. Yeah, let's take a Flying Lifesteal Aegis Silverwing Familiar. That seems solid. Not going to take another Minotaur Ambassador. I could take another Towering Tarazan here. Crownwatch Longsword's also reasonable now that we have the Familiar. Just getting more ways to pump that up. I'll take a Tarazan, though. I love Auric Sentry. I do really like this card. It's one of the better 3-drops, I think. Gilded Glaive seems good. It's a really solid card and good to put on the Silverwing Familiar. I actually think the Silverwing could be decent. Like, you just get a few ways to pump it, and card gets big real quick. Mark of Shame is kind of a removal spell. We'll see. Minotaur Grunt we're probably not going to play. Crownwatch Longsword, I'll pick it up this time. And I'll take Inspire this time. Not going to play Daze, but I'll take it. Not going to play Centaur. Probably not going to play another Detain either. So let's take a look. Not going to play Synchronized Strike. Wow, that's a lot of 4-drops. Not going to play Minotaur Grunts. Yeah, and I'm not going to splash red. This card is a slightly difficult requirement on the triple of all colors there, but it's quite the insane card. Yeah, I think this draft is pretty good. I think we'll be able to make some stuff happen with it. We get to cut some 2-drops, cut some Dazes. I can cut this Elysian Stranger, and we're still looking at a good amount of 2-drops here. Double Sauropod Wrangler, Temple Scribe, double Awakened Student, and Argenport Soldier. So I think all of that stuff is pretty good. We can definitely cut Dormant, Sentinel, and we can definitely cut some of these monsters. Also cutting Battle Blur Centaur. Yeah, Inspire, Instincts, Safe Return, all pretty good in conjunction with each other. We don't have that many combat tricks, but I don't think we need that many combat tricks with these Detains. Though Detain plus Predator's Instinct can be a neat combo. I can probably just cut Minotaur Ambassador too. But we have 2 cards that it's sweet with. It becomes a draw 2 with Pillar of Amar, and it becomes, it becomes a draw 2 with both of them, really. It also gets you from 6 to 8 for the Zenning Guardians. The Horn Verlunk is better than Zenning Guardian earlier, but Zenning Guardian is just so much better late game. Next question is, do we want to play Mark of Shame? I think we might want to. We don't really have that many flyers, so just being able to deal with whatever flyers we do see can be pretty important. We will be able to fight some flyers with our Instincts and our Sauropods and the like. What else could we do? Valkyrie Aspirant seems pretty good. But we need to cut cards for sure. Only playing 1 teleport. Oathbook seems good. I might cut a Tarazan. Might still cut Minotaur Ambassador. I like Mark of Shame. Oh, I've got double Crownwatch Longsword. I might not need either of the Crownwatch Longswords, to be honest. Though Crownwatch Longswords are also good with the Bright Mace Paladin. I guess that's part of the reason to play them. I still want to cut, like, this wants to be a land-heavy deck because we make a lot of uses out of our landfalls. Even just Minotaur to pump an Awakened Student or 2 seems somewhat reasonable. Yeah, Shame and Sword seem like the most likely cuts, but they also help us deal with flyers. It might just be, like, I don't know how good Valkyrie Aspirant is. It trades with, like, half of a hatchling, which can be good enough sometimes. And it's also good when we're stalling the board to give us a big flyer. Could cut Silverwing still. That's pretty much it. Can I cut an Argenport soldier, though? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if I can cut Argenport soldier. I think I cut Valkyrie Aspirant. If I cut Crownwatch Longsword, then I think I have to cut Silverwing Familiar. Having said that, that might be good to do. That means that I'm cutting all of my flyers, though, other than Friendly Wisp. Paladin Oathbook, you don't quite need flyers. Just get in there with bigger creatures than your opponent. But we already have bigger creatures than our opponent, which means, and we're growing tall and we're growing wide. What else could we cut? We could cut an Instincts, which I don't think I want to do that. That also helps us deal with flyers. Safe Return is just so good if we're already on double Instinct. And Safe Return gives a +1/+1 too, right? Yeah. So would I cut Silverwing and cut Crownwatch Longsword? Just going all in on Gilded Glaive? I'm also curious if at some point Horn Verlunk is better than Zenin Guardian, because we've got so much good late game. These are now our only 4-drops, though. Aegis is pretty solid, too. We end up with a lot of options for this deck. There's a few different, like, synergistic packages. This is the most straightforward version of the deck. It's just Friendly Wisp. There's not any card draw in this version of the deck. Yeah, Guardian's definitely just the most well-rounded card. Right now we're kind of just playing the most well-rounded cards. That's not always how you win draft. A lot of times you win drafts in Eternal by doing some pretty splashy things, though. Predator's Instinct Safe Return is pretty crazy and splashy, too. So we do have that going for us. We can, like, Safe Return our Minotaur Ambassador, too. That's true. Inspire makes our deck 1 card smaller. Temple Scribe makes our deck 1 card smaller. And Wisp is a draw 2 to help us hit our bombs. Are we that much heavier? I've got the double green here. 1 triple time card. I think I just want to do an even split. Paladin Oathbook is so strong. And I want to be able to play Awakened Student. Though I do have Temple Scribe as well. But I got Gilded Glaive. I'm going to keep Mark of Shame in the deck as well. Alright, 18 lands. And we're just going to go off Vodacon Temple Speaker. That's right, Minotaur is also draw if we've got Voda. And Voda's draw. Yeah, I think that playing the Aegis creature with the Crownwatch swords would potentially let us steal some wins. And the Crownwatch swords are also really good with our Bright Mace Paladin. Yeah, 8 power seems pretty insane. I just want to go... I don't care if, like, what our record is. I want to go off one time with Voda and the Pillar. Let's just make that the goal. To completely combo somebody. Yeah, we can lose to Flyers. For sure. Our goal is to fight Flyers. Fight any Flyers we see. I haven't been paying attention to the screen, but has chat been popping up on the screen today, or has it not been working? Looks like chat hasn't been popping up on the screen all day. That's pretty silly. This hand seems good. Yeah, that's the goal, is to killer any flyers we see. Okay, there we go. Looks like chat is back. I'm not sure if it was on there the whole time or just wasn't paying enough attention. Well, that's a great draw, too. Let's play an animated Argenport soldier. Chat may have just been appearing the whole time and I just wasn't paying enough attention, but don't want to trade with Sauropod Wrangler. Maybe we can trade here. I probably shouldn't even attack. It's an interesting block for my opponent too, but it lets him know I don't have any combat tricks. Yeah, that's weird that chat wasn't working. Well, I refreshed it. If you are a regular watcher of the stream and you ever notice that some weird shit, like I'm muted or my chat doesn't come up, feel free to let me know. I mean, this is just brutal. I'm sorry, Baguette, but this is just insane. Actually the perfect curve. Alright, Mithril Mace to trade with one of our guys off the Inspire. I see that no problem broski on the screen. Alright, Stone Scar Mauler. That's why I didn't lead with the pillar. Good game, my friend. Man. Alright, let's have all of our games go just like that, and let's fill up this juice bar. That was quite the stomping. Yeah, seems solid. Hand seems really good, actually. I believe this makes us 13 and 8 on the day. Oni Ronin's a little bit unfortunate. I'll actually try to trade a friendly Wisp off for an Oni Ronin. Oh, Man and Mouse. Best of luck.
Draw, mister.
Alright. That's a pretty aggressive draw, mister. Alrighty. Yeah, I'll try to make this trade here. It's worth 2 cards later, but 2 cards isn't worth the amount of damage that Oni Ronin is going to inflict. Orc Sentry is good because it also gives us War Cries while letting us block the Grenadins. We kind of want to block the Grenadins more anyways. We'll be able to see end of turn if my opponent has a battle trick. So, yeah, let's go for this. Alright, looks like they don't have a battle trick, or they were just spamming the end turn button. Might even put them in a spot where they want to block our guy. That would be sweet. Streamer battle. Winner gets all the streamers. Winner gets all the viewers, I mean. I think he's winning right now, so I'm not sure he would make that wager. Looked like a slight pause to me, but nothing to be too alarmed with, and those are some monsters. Okay.
Mind over body.
Okay. Can't really teleport this guy. Which is awkward. But we can afford to take 6 once. Make some interesting blocks with teleport back up. And then have Terrazon for the next turn. So my ideal blocks here would be Awakened Student on Outlaw, Sentry on Sanguar. I will just say in the chat, like if you're watching both streams, to not make any comments. Lifesteal on the Rakano Outlaw. Okay. Well, then I'm pretty sure we just block here and teleport the Rakano Outlaw. It's not going to get much better than that for us. We could trade off the Stranger into Sanguar, but the Towering Terrazon can kind of deal with the Sanguar too. So I'm willing to just let my opponent gain some life points here. Life points are kind of dangerous, but we're still at 12. So basically, the more time that the more life that we give our opponent, the more time that they will have to find just damage burst and kill us. But if we can, yeah, like we can hemorrhage some damage here. I don't want to take 6 more. I want to trade Towering Terrazon for Thorn Beast, block here again, and then next turn have Awakened Student be big enough to make his own blocks. Alright, that's going to clear here. It's unfortunate. That does mean that we're going to have to take 6 this turn. My opponent's going to have a Rakano Outlaw post-combat. But that's it. I'm fine with this. We go to 6, which is super low. And like I said, my opponent's at 32, so they have all the time in the world to try to draw an out. Next turn, we're going to play Vodacon. We're going to go Bright Mace here. I guess we have to double block Thorn Beast. No, we don't have to double block Thorn Beast. We can chump block. Oh, did I forget to swing for one? What's up, Kaleri? Oops. Forgot to swing for one. I wasn't really thinking about it. I'm sure that will come up. We will get a... I think we have got 1 or 2 Warcry triggers in the deck. It might only be 1. Whereas my opponent has a lot of Warcry in the deck still. We probably can't win just because of that. Alright, so I think I go block, block, chump. I think these are our best blocks. Okay. Alright, Pyre Adept I feel like I can beat. Actually, I can't. That's awkward. Actually just can't beat Pyre Adept here. Ugh. Not the Pyre Adept. Alright. Okay, so I've got to chump block one of these guys, and I've got to block the other one. I want to draw Pillar of Amar. So let's go like this. And if I draw Vodacon, I'm in a decent spot too. Decent being a relative term. Alright, there's Zenin Guardian. It's going to be a chump block. Can still draw Pillar of Amar next turn. Come on, Pillar. Show me a pillar.
Draw, mister.
Okay, need something right now. Justice Sigil. Good game. Unlucky. Didn't draw any of our big bombs. This deck's still sweet, though, and we don't lose that much juice for losing to the #1 ranked player. He had a pretty aggressive deck there. And, yeah, just got a little bit too many Warcry triggers early on. Do still think this deck is good. I don't think we were, like, particularly unlucky or anything. So, it was pretty embarrassing, but if I had attacked with the Auric Sentry... Oh, Sandwell, best of luck. If I had attacked with the Auric Sentry, I would have won. Or I would have been in a pretty good spot. Let's redraw.
Proud to serve.
So I was just typing up in Man and Mouse chat that if I had created or if I had attacked the other time with my Auric Sentry, my 1/5, I would have had another Warcry trigger, which would have been enough
Easy, big guy.
to give me a 5/5 Zenin Guardian and block the Pyre Adept, which is really unfortunate.
Safe travels, friend.
Alrighty, let's start. Definitely want to play a Sauropod pre-combat, and I think we can just Ace Space here. Sandwell knows our deck, so that part's interesting. With 6 mana. Let's just play another Sauropod. Try to go on the Sauropod race. Sauropod beats. Alright, that's not that threatening. Just a Karmic Guardian with nothing else. I've got one teleport in the deck, so also some fight spells. He might be a little bit unwilling to power it up, but I don't know. He gets a pretty decent damage in. Guess he should have inspired before combat to look for a weapon. Oh, Stalwart Shield. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, let's smash. We wind up only hitting him for 3 here. So he hits us for 2, and then we hit him for 3. He actually hits us for 4, and then we hit him for 3. Hopefully this will help. It's interesting you get the mana untapped. That's good to know for the future. Never actually played with this card, I don't think. What can they do now? They can double block one of the Sauropods. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's okay, right? Can't really do anything against that. Yep. Just gotta let it happen. Maybe could have swung with the Sauropod Wrangler as well. Oh, and a Lightning Strike on the other guy. Damn. Yeah, clearly take this guy out. So we deal 1 damage to him this turn. We do have a pretty big monster to attack with next turn, as well as getting some Warcry triggers in. So, we're not actually in a totally unreasonable spot here. So we do get to play some nice monsters. Let's ability. Smack with this, smack with this, smack with this. Looks like he's got another Lightning Strike or something he wants to cast. Refresh on the Karmic Guardian. Insane. Sweet. Alright, so now we're just getting Warcry triggers. We're also hitting him for 2 damage, so we're hitting him for 4. He's hitting us back for 6. Wonder what I'd play if I draw a Paladin Oath Book. That's interesting. Go Awakened Student. I'll play Sauropod Wrangler as well. You can double block Auric Sentry. I think I'm okay with that. You just lose it. But that's fine. Let's attack with this too while we're at it. Okay. I thought the double block on Auric Sentry was going to be sweet enough that he'd go for it, but just going for the damage here. Definitely going to hold on to Justice Sigil. We can play it next turn if we really want to. And it'll give us a 4-4 to his 3-3. But we definitely want to hold on to it for Pillar of Amar and Vodacon. Though I don't think it works with Vodacon, right? Destiny cards that are in your hand are just in your hand. Alright, Sandwhale, you knew my weakness. You came prepared. Bring on the flyers. Smash. I'll swing out. What's happening here? Oh, he's going for a double block? Sure, we'll trade Student for Zenin Guardian. It's going to take a little bit of damage here, go down to 9. His life total is still pretty healthy. Plus he gets to attack us for 6 each turn, which is a 3-turn clock now, so... one thing that we'd like to draw here would be a fight. If we draw a fight, I'll be pretty happy with that. Could also potentially do some interesting plays. I don't think that we're going to be able to do it in time, but if we had like a safe return or a teleport, we could reset our ultimate here. It is worth noting that Zenin Guardian is cheaper to play now. Alright. He goes for 6 after some debating. Puts himself back up to 12. There it is. I think we just target this. Okay, we see a chump block and a safe return of the Student. It's fine, he just takes a little bit of damage here. He's going to have to chump block the Zenin Guardian next turn, but the Karmic Guardian should make that not a problem. He's got lethal attackers in the air. I need something sweet here. He can play both of his monsters here. He can play his 3-3 and then play his 1-4.
Mind over body.
So I don't think there's anything I can get here. Oh, and this still has 8 toughness. Okay. Alright, well I cannot die. Alright, chump block, bounce block. Seems solid. He goes back up to 8. Kill Huru Fledgling. On this turn he gets to attack, put me down to 2, go up to 10, play a chump blocker for Zenin Guardian, and another chump blocker for Zenin Guardian. And another chump blocker for something else, too. That's no good. Yeah, I can make 2 almost lethal attackers here. Effectively 2 lethal attackers, but he just goes chump block, and then bounce block. There's no way for me to orchestrate a scenario where he has to chump block with Karmic Guardian, so I'm shit out of luck here. I'll make a 913, but it's not going to be enough. I would have needed the 913 to have flying. Oh, even that wouldn't have done it. He still ends the game at 9 here. Yep, then he can finish me off in the air. Good game, Sandwhales. Good game, my friend. Alright, we lose a little bit from that. That puts us down to 1-2. This deck's definitely better than 1-2. So if we'll see if we can... if we can figure it out. Yeah, good game, Sandwhales. That was good. I drew a lot of lands there for a while. I am playing an 18-land deck, but... I know you said I'd lose to Flyers, and then you queued up against me with your Flyers deck. Well played. Yeah, Flyers definitely do seem like my weak point. I mean, we saw his Silverwing Familiar be pretty good there. My Silverwing would have been decent to just be able to block his. I'm sure that would have given us enough time that we could have won. So do we keep a hand that's got our 2 best cards in it? I think we do, right? This hand needs to draw a lot, but doesn't really even need to draw that much. We can draw 1 good creature at some point. Paladin Oathbook actually just wins games that, like, almost by itself. Alright, well, we are going to need some other type of threat, but maybe we can draw a student here. What do you mean mace? Do you mean, mace, like the 3/3 overwhelm? Because you would have played that, right? Alright, Nim. Oh, Mithril Mace. Oh, sure. We'll get to play a huge monster next turn. This card's going to be opened up into Vanquish regardless. We also only need to Oathbook this once till we can Predator's Instincts with it to kill the Silverwing. I feel like just going for the Glaive is pretty solid here. It opens myself up pretty hard to Vanquish. But who gives a shit, right? I feel like this is too sweet not to do. I get to swing for 8 on turn 5. How is that not just great? We got my opponent chump blocking on my very first attack. We'll see if they have a Vanquish here. That might put an end to some of our fun. Next turn we get to play Vodacon if we hit exactly Time Sigil. So that would be sweet too. Alright, another Iron Sword. We can still fight that pretty easily.
I'll cut you down.
Alrighty, so let's go Awaken Student. Let's swing for 3. Not sure what's going to happen off of that. Could see a trade. Cool, I'll take it. And let's finish this off. So my opponent's at 38. They chump block last turn. We've got 2 Empower cards out, and our power cards have Destiny. Feel like that's going to be pretty good. Feel like we're going to get to do some pretty dirty things this game, where we've got some quite big monsters. Alright, one of our monsters is gone. One of our monsters is already quite large, though. Safe return? Nah, safe return will make our Glaive fall off. Alright, let's just smack for 7 and be happy with that. What do you say? Yeah, I guess lands already were great draws because my creatures had Empower, so everything in my deck at this point, other than Minotaur, is a great draw, and even Minotaur seems okay. Alright, my opponent's got an endless stream of chump blockers now. I've got Teleport and Safe Return. This guy does have Killer, so at some point, potentially Safe Returning him could be a reasonable play, but if we Safe Return him, it is important to note that the Glaive falls off, so it will get -2/-2, the Gilded Glaive. But it will keep its +1/+1s from the Paladin Oathbook here. There we go. Justice Sigil. Smack you for 10. My opponent's still at 22 life. They got a lot of life points. Oh, smack you for 11. Right. Okay. Alright, there you go. You got a bunch more chump blockers to deal with. Do still need to find a time mana, because Vodacon does require triple time as well as triple primal.
My sword is yours.
Alright, let's get there. Come on. Unlucky. Smackarino. Is it worth just killing this? Like, how much damage does my opponent need to put on this to kill me? I can block both of the ground creatures, so they'd have to put on this... 9. So they'd have to give it +8 attack. If they give this guy +8 attack, they can win the game. I can just keep open Teleport. Seems like the safest hedge. Like I've said before, if you just don't see any ways that you can lose the game and you can afford to keep open Teleport, sure, I could have just played a Towering Tarazan, but you can't lose the game if you have Teleport mana open. Obviously, that's not always true, but alright, we'll let this happen. Say no blocks here. I'm going to Safe Return this right now so that I can keep open Teleport mana. Oh wait, this guy's got Reckless. What am I even doing? Whatever. I'll kill this. I feel like I may have given myself a way to lose this game here.
My sword is yours.
Alright, let's kill one of those guys as well. Alright, well that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the fact that the Cyclops just had to attack into me anyways. Now I can actually lose the game if he gives it, like, 2 Primal Growths. Now almost just 1 Primal Growth. Alright, this is good. This is good. Oh, I still can't play this shit. Alright, let's go, Combray Healer swing out. Yeah, pumping this guy's toughness. Could also just attack with Guardian this turn. What happens if we just attack with Argenport Soldier? No, let's just attack with Guardian. Alright, we get a chump block out of this. And... Burnout. Targeting my face. Alright, maybe... I just gotta hope he doesn't have it. I think I gave my opponent way too many outs here. Let's swing with both, yeah. I mean, same thing would have happened. He just gets to trade here. So I'm down to 4. Alright, looks like I'm not dead, which means I'm not dead next turn either. No, he has the second burnout. I'm a fucking idiot. That game was just not losable at all. Yeah, it would have cleared a chump blocker, you're right. I'm just an idiot. Oh well. Alright, I think I'm getting tired. I think that's enough Eternal for me for today. We're still stuck on Diamond. But I'll be back tomorrow. We still have 8,000 gold here to try to clear it out. We had one good draft today. And one really bad, two really bad ones, I guess. One really good one and then a medium one. That draft was good. I just fucked it up. Did this animation change? I feel like these cards are flying at me a little aggressively right now. I don't know. Maybe that's just in my head. And the last pack gives us an Eye of Winter. So that's going to be it for the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you had fun. What else do I have for you? Not much. Feel free to subscribe, Areno, or follow, rather. Check out my YouTube channel. There is a link for that in the info below. You can find all my past stream VODs as well as highlight clips and tutorials, different things like that there. And other than that, I hope to see you around. But I'm going to head out for the day. Thank you guys very much for watching, everybody that hung out, and have a good one. Peace.